I'm not sure, Salty Dog. And good morning, Amanda. It was funny because I kept on talking, not realizing that the stream had ended. But I did see the request to talk about log the float, and I'm actually pulling it up on the side over here. I have no idea what happened to the stream. The stream just decided to go ahead and end. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna chalk that one up to my poor internet connectivity around here. Yay, Austin. Log the float. Let's talk about it. That was brought up as a talking point, so let's go ahead and talk about it. Um, so the question was brought up was, I believe, was can I surmise some information from the data that's been logged so far on log the float in order to um, figure out like how many shares the shareholders hold on average based on what's here already, and you can. However, I would say that there is um, probably not a significant enough data here, and of course they say lock the float progress at 41%, so it's getting up there. They obviously want to be able to account for the total float before they release their data, but this is a timed event. I don't know if you know that or not, but if you go over here, it says that there's 45 days left. So they will be closing this survey here after about a month and 15 days from now. But the question really comes. I mean, it would be really simple for you to just take current amount of share. Let's see here. Did they put? Hmm. I want to know how they're getting this number. 100 current institutions, funds, insider shares. I want to know how they're getting that number. Because that's not what's actually being reported by, let's see, institutions, institutional and fund ownership, insiders. Okay, that would make a difference, and ETFs. Hmm. I'd have to go through and verify that number. I don't know if I agree with it, but I'd have to go check it out. It's possible. Retail AMC shares logged and approved so far within this website. So they've have 13.6 million shares that have been logged. Um, I wish they had put down how many people were in there because without that information, I can't come to surmise anything at all because you need to have how many shareholders have logged the records. And that information I don't see them posting here. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I will contact user intellect and find out about whether that's some information that they're going to share or if they're going to wait to see final logging data to before they put that information out. Now I know part of the reason why they might not be putting that information out is that um, obviously people could spoof their IP address and log counts multiple times. Um, that's a very strong possibility. But the only reason anybody would do that is to that wouldn't help anybody who was nefarious into trying to disguise how many actual shares are owned out there. They would they'd be trying to do the opposite. They would be trying to reduce the amount of share ownership that there is per person by logging a low amount of shares through multiple IPs to show that share ownership is lower per person on average. So that may be the reason why they're not putting that number in here. I had an individual contact me, and I'm not going to say who, but I had an individual contact me on Reddit, and they were really discouraged about just kind of everything in general, and so I want to be like um, a source of inspiration for some of you, and I think that if there's information out there that is getting you down, first off, um, I think that one of the things that you should consider is that our stock is doing well, and I'll show you why. Hold on a second, let me pull it up. And it's hard when you're watching this on a daily basis to recognize it. But let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, I think in the history of my trading, I think the best year that I've ever had in my entire life was maybe like 49%. I think it might have been 52. It was somewhere around 49 or 52. I'd have to go back to Fidelity and see. But that was many, many, many years ago. Actually, it was pre 9/11. It was some of the first years that I ever started trading. Um, we had a really strong economy at the time. I think we've had stronger economies since then, but I just never really. I guess I kind of got discouraged after the first time around, losing 2/3 of my money in the market, and I guess I just never really tried hard again after that. It was more of a just I learned a lesson of um, it's better to just put your money someplace in funds that are doing pretty well. Maybe rebalance like once a year, twice a year, and then just let it ride. Um, but this is what I want to show you. If you take a look at the 1 month year to date on AMC, this is saying it's down 1.82%. It was actually up on Friday. That's interesting. Now that I'm looking at it, that's actually really. I mean, that's not that bad. 1.82% is not bad. But if you look at the 6 month, it's 186.74% up. And of course, we had the run up in June that really helped with that number. But that number is going to disappear here soon. And when it does, we're going to see probably a little bit different value. I wish they had like a 3 month on here. If you guys know where there's a website that has a 3 month on it, let me know. I'd like to look at it. But if you start looking at 6 months, 186.74% is not bad. Now, if you guys got in on this thing after June and you bought in at like 40 or $50, or maybe even 60, it's hurting right now, right? I get it. It totally sucks. But a 6 year return of 186.74% is no joke. That's pretty hefty. If you go to year to date, it's up almost 2,000. Not very many of us were in this since the beginning of the year, but there are some people that are out there. Now, if you looked at the 3 month, I don't know what it is, but I could probably figure out that information pretty quickly. Let me pull it up and we'll figure it out because I should be able to do that pretty quickly. Unless you guys have a link. Let's see, I'm just going to close this one. The average count was 1,982 shares per shareholder. Median was 651. Total sum 12,000. Okay, 12,846,639 shares with 6,482 count. Okay, Salty Dog. That's So those numbers are almost exactly what Say Technologies got for their count as well. Because I remember that when I pulled up my bell curve, if I pull up my bell curve from before, let's see here. That data sounds like just almost identical. The numbers, these aren't the final numbers. These weren't the final numbers, but if I'm not, they were close to the end. And it was like 600. It was just under 600. It was like 599 was the average. The average investor held around 599 shares a person. So the 651's a little bit higher, but I think there's less right now. There's less people counted so far. So that number, more than likely, the people who are going to vote in the very beginning are people who have more at stake. So the longer that runs, that number is probably going to drop. But it's that's good information though. It's really good data. I don't think. I mean, based off of those numbers, you could draw a conclusion of how many synthetic shares are roughly out there just by drawing like a standardized bell curve. Because if the median 651 shares per person, then you could say that at a worst case scenario, you can start to make assumptions about your distribution of total ownership. If you want to just go with the 4.1 million and use that median, you could say that, right? You could just use that right there and say, okay, well, if the median is 651 shares per person, then and there's 4.1 million people that we know of, right? Then you can just take that, multiply that by your median, and you end up coming up with 2.6 billion shares. But that's not including institutional ownership. All those other numbers that he put in at just basically under 200 million additional shares. So you add 200 million to it, and then you get 2.869. That's really darn close to the Say Technologies final number that I got, which was 2.37 billion. So, but they're not done yet, though. They're really not even close. They've got a lot more counting to do, and I have a feeling that as time goes on, the more counting that they do, the lower that median will come down. And as that comes down, that's obviously that number is going to get closer to that 2.37 number. If you like, it's like the saying, if you like laws and sausages, you should never watch either one being made. Applies to the economy investing also. It kind of does. I mean, it does feel like that. I mean, it's that's how I felt after 2001. It's exactly how I felt. Like I like making money, so I shouldn't watch how it's being made. And that's the exact feeling I got after I lost 2/3 of my money. Because I learned some important lessons and walked away a loser for a while, and then came back and just started investing again in the market, and then lost again in 2008. So yeah, but I didn't make the same mistakes that I did in 2001, so that was good. We got our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume in. It is showing 36,000. That is nearly double the volume of what we had going on. It's actually more than double. Mm, let me pull the Excel data on this real quick. I'm going to look up the 3-month. I got to figure out volume here. I'm going to have to do 10 to 30 million. What were the two things again? If you like laws and sausages. Laws and sausages. That's funny. I'm gonna have to use that sometime. I like that. Sean says I've been learning lessons for 35 years. Yeah, man. I feel, but you know what though, Sean? The interesting thing to me is I've learned more in the last 8 months than I've ever learned before, and I'm glad you're here, Sean, because I feel like you're one of the people that could answer the question that I was formulating earlier. Azrul had asked an interesting question about short interest last week, that kind of got me down this spiral road of trying to figure out relationships between some numbers. Um, when you look at exchange reported short interest, which is 94.64 million, and you look at shares on loan, which is 93.79, um, are the short interest shares from the shares on loan, or are those numbers separate? In other words, like, if I wanted to figure out how many total shares are on loan, because remember, short interest shares are shares that are on loan. So should I be adding these two numbers together to get a total amount of shares that are lent currently, or should I just be looking at short interest shares as being a part of shares that are on loan? That's the current question. I don't know the answer to this. They were really good learning experiences, but they were hard though. Let me tell you, there's nothing like watching 2/3 of your retirement money disappear. I mean, it was a good thing I was young. Well, I know you don't trust him, Sean. I understand that. I understand that Ortex data is fallible and it's only what's reported. But I want to understand the relationship between the numbers. And so, in order for me to understand the relationship between the numbers, I need to know how those numbers work. And what I don't understand is whether or not those numbers are individual loans separate of themselves. In other words, like, if a hedge fund goes to a broker and says I need to loan shares, are those shares always considered short interest, or is it just the ones that are used for short interest that are reported, and are those separate? Is this totally separate thing? I feel like it's a completely separate thing, because any one of us could go to our broker and open up a short position, and those would be short interest shares, right? You could open up a position, a put, and your put would be short interest, where the shares on loan, like, you couldn't go to a broker and ask to share loan shares, which is different. So that's why I feel like there's a difference in the reporting of those numbers, and I want to understand that, because my general opinion is, and opinions are just my opinions, but my opinion is that these might actually be separate numbers, shares on loan versus exchange reported short interest. And if that's the case, and you add these two numbers up, then you get roughly 187 million shares. And 187 million shares is a lot more than what total institutional ownership is, as it stands right now, which I think is, like, I mean, if you wanted to point to something to somebody and say, like, hey, here's a smoking gun, that would be it, right? You could say, like, hey, look, they get to report these numbers, and just from what it is that they're reporting, they're already over how much they own. And that alone right there should be a smoking gun, which makes me think that these numbers are, like, the amount of short interest is part of shares on loan. Because the estimated short share interest is going to be reported today, so we'll know that number more accurately today. But the estimation right now is 84.29, which means that, if that's really what the number is, it's reported today, then that means that there's an additional, of that 84 million that's there, then the additional amount of shares that can be loaned is 9 million. But when I crunch my numbers over here and you look at utilization, utilization tells us that there's a total of 20.9 million shares left to borrow. And if that's the case, we've got, I mean, there's some serious issues going on with the numbers that are being reported in here. Serious issues. Like, I mean, there's a lot of manipulation going on here because nothing adds up at that point. Man, oh, I'm gonna just throw this out there right now. I've supported Charlie's vids before, and I've told you guys he does great deep dives, and I'm not taking that away. I think he does excellent deep dives. But he's got his tinfoil hat on like one too many layers thick right now. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say that you like when you go and you watch some of his stuff, be careful. He has really got on a tight hat right now of tinfoil, a super tight hat. I think it's cutting off the oxygen to his brain. And I don't like talking bad about people, but I'm just saying right now, he is pointing fingers at all over the place at people who are nefarious bad actors, and he's pointing the wrong directions. I wanted to see he's not for the log the float. He's against it. So I wanted to see why. He went ahead and said that he would show up to a space call with him, a lawyer, Charlie's videos, um, or Charlie's vids. Um, he does amazing deep dives. If you want to, like, if there's an NSCC, or I don't know, any one of the documentations that's going to be released, like he's normally the guy I would go to for a deep dive on some of those because he really kind of goes into. He does a lot of in-depth um, analysis on those. Um, so I always kind of enjoyed that because I can't do that. I can't sit there and read that much. It's just it's too much for me. I I get lost. No, I get that. I get that, Sean. 84 is the number you're looking for at now, but that's the short. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, that's the short interest. But is the short interest the same as shares on loan, or are those different? Dude, Israel, I don't know if he went to the space call or not, but I went and listened, and he was on the attack right from the get go. I didn't like the fact that people interrupted him because I really felt like it was a good opportunity for everybody to kind of talk about log the float and as to whether or not it was a good idea or not. And he showed up there, and he instantly attacked with what's tell us who you are exactly, and uh, you know basically attacking. And then as soon as the other person who also was against log the float, who was there, was lawyer, and lawyer basically told him, like, let's not make accusations, let's ask questions. And Charlie was just more about making accusations, and then just stormed off the call without even hearing anybody out. And it was just kind of like I heard enough and then left. And then he just started putting out like all these videos of like he went down this rabbit hole of trying to connect people to people and saying that they're just not who they say that they are, and it's just bad. It's really really bad. He's not in the right place in his mind right now. The tinfoil hat is really super tight on him. I mean, sometimes it's fun to go down those tinfoil hat roads sometimes, but sometimes you have to take a step back and look at reality and understand what's really going on. You know, like I love the whole flat earth thing. I mean, I don't believe in flat earth at all, but I love the idea that there's people out there who actually buy into this, and it fascinates me to no end. I love looking into it. But then I have to take a step back and I look at it and go like, okay, wait a minute. Can you figure out if the earth is actually flat or not? And you can. You can do it all on your own with your own eyes, and it's not hard to do. All you have to do is look at the moon and see that there's moon phases, right? And if you look at the moon phases, you can see shadows that if flat earthers believe that the sun and the moon are rotating around the top of the earth, right? You couldn't get the kind of eclipses that you see on the moon. And so that tells you that there has to be a shadow that's being cast onto the moon that's coming from someplace, and that shadow is Earth. And you can see the curvature of Earth in the moon's phases with your own eyes. And so those are the kind of things I'm talking about. When you take a step back and you look at things objectively, and you see that the apes are trying to, this is the very first time. I'm not for DRS. I'm not for Say Technology. I was warning you guys about Say Technology from the get-go. I was like, guys, watch out. I don't know if I necessarily trust this. If you're gonna do it, make sure you change your passwords and all that kind of stuff, because it could come to bite you in the butt. And sure enough, it kind of maybe possibly did affect some people. Um, but this log the float, it's different. It's different because it's ran by apes, and that's the difference. Say Technologies was ran by an outside company. DRS is ran by an outside company. Log the float is ran by apes. People who actually want to get down to the bottom of things and try to understand what's happening, why it's happening, and where it's coming from. And that's important to understand. To understand that we're actually trying to be proactive in what it is that in our discovery of things is important, and it's important knowledge. Yeah, I am talking about Charlie's vids. And I've asked Charlie on his Discord. I joined his Discord and I asked him to have a one-on-one conversation because there's more to this that I'm not talking about because I was trying to put together the same exact program that user of intellect has put together, and this could have been me. Instead of it being user of intellect, it could have been Casey Shaw's log the float, right? And there are some things that I want to share with Charlie about what's going on here and why they're trying to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, and he refuses to talk to anybody about it. He doesn't want to hear what has to be said. He wants to stick to his narrative that this is, simply just a bad thing, and that's fine. He's entitled to his opinion, but I don't know. I think he's in a bad place right now. But I'm not going to support. Um, I'm not going to stand behind somebody who's just out there bashing fellow apes, and that's what he's doing right now. So I think it's a bad thing. Um, I am not going to disagree with you, Sean. But what I'm going to tell you is that there's more to the big picture. There's more to the big picture. There's there's a lot more to be gained from collecting the information, whether it's real or it's fake, than there is for actually trying to collect the data than trying to just log the float. So my response to what you're saying is log the float will absolutely work if you know what the true intentions are. But you think that it's just about logging just the float. I'm telling you that there's so much more information to be gained from log the float than just log the float. So I would disagree with what you're saying, but I can't go into detail. And I would just say that there's some very, very super valuable information that can be gathered that can help apes. And that's all I can say. But you have to think outside the box. You have to think outside the box. And everybody just sees it as log the float. They don't see it for the potential that it really has. And that's the problem. Unfortunately, with the log the float, the narrative, the narrative that was pushed on the initial release on log the float was probably not very well planned out, and so that's why there's the dissemination amongst apes, and into thinking that this isn't going to help us at all, and that's unfortunate. But it is what it is, and I still stand behind it. I think it's a good idea, and you don't have to though. You don't have to. We don't actually need everybody to log their shares in order for this to work. But I will talk to who put that up there. Somebody had said what the numbers were. Salty Dog said it. Jackson Hunter's page. So I'll talk to I'll send a message to user intellect and find out if they're going to be posting that, or if that's something you have to just get from Jackson's web page. All right, guys, it is time for break. I'm gonna head out here. Let me find some new music for the week today before I leave. And then I'm gonna go get my real hat, my Air Force hat, because this one is not gonna cut it. Let's try this one. Hopefully, you guys had a great weekend. I tried to run a 5K. I was very unsuccessful. COVID has wreaked havoc on my it's wreaked havoc on my lungs. I was wheezing out there like I don't know, like a air I was wheezing air out there like a bagpipe with a hole in it. It was pretty bad. Alrighty, I'll leave you guys with some music here, and I'll see you in a bit. 15 minutes before market open. Alrighty, I'm back. 45 touch today. Smelling a 45 touch. So somebody was asking me, I don't remember who. Somebody asked me, they said, what do you think the price is going to get to this week? And I started looking at Tradingview, and I came up with a number, but it's really far out there. $54. $54 is what I came up with, and I hate to say that because I mean it just seems so unrealistic to think of $54 being a $14 jump over the week would be a pretty massive week for us. So I hate making those kind of predictions. But I'm just I'm trying to look at the trends and what I think is coming in the future, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. Volume certainly doesn't look like it right now. It doesn't look like it's amounting for much. Volume prediction for the day today is between 10 and 30 million. Of course, it'll be very difficult for me to predict a massive volume spike like we saw back on the 30th of last month. But things happen. One thing I never looked at earlier was the market to see how China did. Looks like the FTSE China was pretty much breaking even. Shenzhen was negative 47%, negative 0.47% last Friday. Also, I didn't touch the hour interval. The 1 hour interval looks strong. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.36. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.75. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 33.16. And on the daily, I have the I had the box set up. The box was set up from I got it written down here somewhere. 11:10 to 11:30. And I only deleted the box so that we wouldn't have like a mess on the screen. So if I recreate the box in here, this is what the box was. Oops. So this is where we're at. We're like basically right down the middle of this thing. Almost. We're actually on the top side of it. But I mean, right down the middle of this would be $38.32. So we're on the upper region of the wedge, and this is a pretty extensive wedge here. And the wedge is pointing. The average trend is pointing towards the lower half. Volume is decreasing while price is declining. That's actually kind of bearish, that indicator, so that's kind of hard to draw a conclusion, but I think that overall price is decreasing in here. I would probably stick to this analysis of where the line's pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, so it's going to break out going up. We'll see if that happens, but if we're looking at a breakout of this box by the end of this week, we would be Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday would be somewhere right smack dab in the middle of the box, and the upper point on that by that time would be 42.75, and the lower point would be 36.29. So that's what we're looking at, and do note that we still have that $38.25 and the 37.28 are in play. Those are still definitely in play. But I'm going to go ahead and delete the box so that we don't have to stare, because this is what we have to stare at all day long, is a blue screen like this if I keep the box in there. So I'm going to delete the box. Just know that we're inside that zone that I like to kind of create, leaving just the tip in. We're in that zone, and we could be seeing a breakout here anytime. Jeff, I don't know who you are, Jeff. I like you. That that first portion of what you just said is the important part. We don't really know who the enemy is. We think we do, but I'm not sure that we actually do. And confirming those kind of things is what really makes the difference. Because if you know who it is you're fighting against, that becomes the important part about defining how you come up with strategies to fight those entities. Buying and holding is great, right? I mean, it's the easy part. Johnny, how's it going? Um, Defining who the enemy is key. It really is. As apes, we think we know, right? We all point at Citadel, but they're really not. They're the top, the top fourth or maybe even fifth put position against AMC. And I think if we can identify who the enemy really is, then we can really start talking about what it is that we need to do, or strategizing how we can do something more than just buying and holding. We love you, Bedbick. We do. I follow everybody, Jeff. They follow me, I follow them right back. It's funny though. I'd never really considered this sounds kind of stupid, but I never considered the fact that somebody could follow me and then just unfollow me, and then I'm extra people. So I was looking at my numbers the other day, and I'm actually following more than I have followed who are following me. And I know there are a few out there, obviously, that aren't going to follow me. Some big people who just don't even know who I am. Um, and I'm following them, and so that's kind of why the numbers are skewed a little bit. But I try to go through and filter that out a little bit. I figure if you hear what it is that I want to say, then I want to hear what it is that you have to say. That's how I hear it. That's how I look at it. Ivan, you're waiting for 4 months. What are you waiting for? Just waiting in general? Monty coming in with 4144. Monty, I might have to use you again. We'll find out here in just a little bit. I haven't gotten any response. I'm waiting to hear from all my usuals. Capital's our main enemy, and they have lots of companies under the umbrella of the name Capital. Look for Capital. Well, see, and that's just it though. Future, I don't we don't know who they are, and I think there's ways to identify who they are, and I don't know. I think that's going down that road and figuring out who the players are in this grand scheme of things is the important part. And I think um, I don't know. I don't want to go into too much detail. 20% jump would make you sleep better. I think we could all sleep a little bit better. SNDL. A lot of people have been talking about SNDL this weekend. I'll take a look, but I primarily just look. No advice. Um, I know SNDL was one of the stocks that people were talking about on a couple different occasions through our year-long process that we've been going through, and There was one spike, it looks like, back in February. It looks like, is that right? February 20, yeah, that's right. So they had like a delayed squeeze to AMC and GME. There's another spike down here in June. I think that SNDL always had that like delayed effect, right? Like whatever happened to them had already happened to other stocks. But this morning they got a nice little pump up there. That's for sure. Let me put it on the 30-minute. Nice little boost up on aftermarket hours on Thursday last week. And then it had a dip, retracement, correction, and then came back up from that. You'd have thought you'd have seen, if you get rid of the extended hours here, you'd thought you probably would see like a cup and handle almost. That is such a sharp rise right there. That's pretty amazing. I don't want to go too much into it though. Just you know what, Monty? Everybody's pointing at everybody. Everybody is pointing at everybody at this point. All right, guys, it's time for morning intro. I'm going to go ahead and step off to the side here while we do that, and I'll see you after the morning intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Take that look of worry. I'm an ordinary man. They don't tell me nothing, so I find out all I can. There's a fire that's been burning right outside my door. I can't see, but I feel it, and it helps to keep me warm. So I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Seems so long I've been waiting, still don't know what for. There's no point in escaping. I don't worry anymore. I can come out to find you. I don't like to go outside. They can turn off my feelings like they're turning off the light. But I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, oh no, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life, and I can say to you, take that look of worry. Mine's an ordinary life, working when it's daylight, and sleeping when it's night. I've got no far horizons. I don't wish upon a star. They don't think that I listen, oh, but I know who they are. And I
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. What a nice little launch there in the morning. Goes so well with the music. I can't agree more. I'm an absolute Phil Collins fan. I just find so much passion in the words and the music. He's just, I don't know, he's one of my favorites. Him, Sting. There's a couple of them that I just find as musically just kind of touching. They know how to really grab your soul. But anyways, looking pretty good here off the launch. Volume is still kind of suffering though. 2 million shares in 2.5 million shares roughly in about first 10 minutes. So nothing that would indicate to me that we've had anything change with volume. It looks like we hit a level of resistance at that $41.27 range. I don't have great Fibonacci retracements for this level of pricing. Let me actually zoom out here a little bit for just a second and see what I do have set up. Yeah, it's pretty sparse. Let me kill some of these and recreate some new ones. So it looks to me like maybe I want to capture something from the $40 range up to 45. As I keep telling you guys, the hard part for us is really that $40 to $45 range. We have a lot of problems with that range. Let's do that one, and then let's also let's get something a little more personal in here. Maybe this. Yeah. That may have been what I actually already had, but let's check it out. Let's move it on the minute. I may have just recreated the exact same thing that I already had. Okay, there's our level of resistance right there at that 41. I did two different Fibonacci retracements off of two different levels of pricing, and there's a couple of overlapping spots here, 41.20ish, and also $40. So there's a little bit of a overlapping of these. You'll see. So we're struggling to get past that 41.20 range. Dark pool last Friday, Sean. I can take you to the other page, and I haven't updated yet. It was 55.26 off exchange traded. So I haven't updated the page yet, and so that's what we ended the day on last week. So let's take a look at something in particular that I wanted to check out. What was it? The market overall right now looks pretty green. The only thing that's kind of in the red right now is cryptocurrency on the Doge. Let me check the rest of the cryptocurrency. 1 second. I like checking it on my phone because it's just so much easier to find. I'm getting price predictions in right now, and I actually didn't make a price prediction myself, and I need to. Let me pull back up. I got to pull back Tradingview back up real quick here and check that out. I should have had my price prediction already in, and it's not. So let me get that real quick for you here. I think we're looking at I think our potential price ending point today is probably in the $42 range. So I'm going to hedge off of 42 and say 40.50 to 43.50. Eric has got his price prediction in for the day today. He's 39.80 to 42.80. Monty's got his prediction in. I might have to use Monty as a backup here, so I'm going to go ahead and write his down. Monty's prediction for the day today is 41 to 44. Let me see if Duncan has got a price prediction. Or Adam. Okay, we have about 15 more minutes. For those of you who are new to the show today, I just want to point you to the description box. In the description box, you'll kind of find a little bit more about me, what I believe in, what I think is going to happen, and maybe just kind of in general questions that you may have about the show. I do put timestamps in at the end of the day because I don't expect everybody to watch a 9-hour show. In fact, I encourage people to go elsewhere, find more information other places. Don't just take my word for everything. There's plenty of people out there with lots of information, and maybe come back by and drop it off. I have a 9-hour stream. If there's a good place for you to go to be able to look up what's happening with your favorite stock, AMC, you come back here, or you don't come back. It doesn't really matter. I'll still be here one way or the other. Monty, what are you saying? You want to call my residence in one? Oh, you want to live in one of three places? I have always thought about Montana. Yellowstone, I don't know. I've never been to Yellowstone. It's on my bucket list. I don't know what. I've never heard of the Spanish Peaks or the Moonlight Reserve. Montana is definitely a place that I want to move to, though. It was funny. I was looking last night. I think it was 2 nights ago. I was looking to see what homes look like, home prices in Colorado look like, because Colorado is another place that I would love to move to. But I do. Oh yeah. Again, back to the thing. For you new guys who are watching right now, I do technical analysis on the hour every hour. So if you want a little technical analysis, that's what I'll be doing on the hour every hour. So we got about 13 more minutes before that. All those places are in Big Sky, Montana. I'm gonna have to look that up later. Oh, Sean's saying Colombia. Tax evasion much, Sean? Take your money and run? Is that what you're saying? I had an interesting conversation last night, actually. I don't know if the person's listening or not right now. I don't want to mention names without asking permission. But one of the interesting conversations that I had is that, as I've been expecting for a long time, that when we see MOASS, the economy is going to take a tanking. Uh, you know, Possibly depression levels. It just all kind of depends on how the Fed, um, what kind of plays they make to try to avoid that. And so one of the things um, that was talked about last night is reinvesting our money as apes back into the market, to help to avoid that, to help alleviate the fact that the market might crash. Now the question is how much of your money would you be investing back into the market? And to me, that's the question, anyways. How much of your money would you be investing back in the market, and how long would you wait? Because an actual depression could take up to 3 years before it sees a bottom, or it could take a year. I don't know. It all kind of depends. So, how much of your money would you be willing to risk back into the market if you saw it tanking? Because there could be potential gains in there, heavy gains. Um, if you bought in at lower prices. I'm glad you said that, Sean. The FBI was checking out your profile as we spoke. Yeah, I'm just teasing. But yeah, no, I think that's it's a really good point. It's got me thinking a little bit. Because I kind of one of the last ideas that I kind of thought is commercial real estate, um, being kind of like the area that I want to start investing my money after the MOASS, because it seems like the most logical thing to do, and most profitable. But at the same time, though, I feel like the point that was made about us potentially putting money back into the market to save it from crashing really hard might actually be responsible of us to do, at least a portion of our money. Um, it would be the responsible thing to do. The question is how long are you going to wait? You know what I mean? Like, if the market does indeed tank, are you going to do it right away, or are you going to wait a while, see what the bottom kind of looks like? They're all good questions. I'm going to have to think about it some more. I really honestly hadn't considered that as an option. I really was. I don't know. I guess I really wasn't caring about the market after this, and it's not right. That's not right. I shouldn't look at it that way. Um, I mean, if you think about it, like if you go out and you start buying a bunch of commercial property, you're not really doing anything to help businesses move in or create work or jobs. You're just providing a place for that to happen. And if nobody has any work or jobs to create because the market's crash, then your funds going into commercial property might not be worth much. If you can't get any tenants that can afford your place, uh, then what's the point in buying it? So that's something to consider. TBT. I don't know what that is. Turn back time. Let me see. Ultra short 20 plus year treasury. See, that was interesting. That was actually something that I had mentioned was in that same conversation. I said, uh, would it be advantageous for apes to ride the short market? But the problem is that basically puts us in the same category as the hedge funds, right? I mean, if we take all of our money and start shorting the market, then we're kind of like adding insult to injury. So, and I think you could be really successful with something like that. But I don't know. I don't know where I stand on all this yet. I haven't gone down that road. Yeah, TBT. So TBT, for those of you who don't know, is Pro Shares Ultra Short 20 plus year Treasury. I could see that doing very well in a market crash. Would they raise interest rates in a downturn though? I don't think they would. If we had a an economic crash, um, I don't know if interest rates would necessarily go up. I can't imagine that they would. I couldn't afford to create, to raise interest rates, with a market crash. Got about 6 minutes more, guys, before I do that technical analysis. I don't know. It was a good conversation though. I liked the mental exercise of thinking about, what are you going to do? What are your plans after MOASS? And I really enjoyed the mental exercise, so um, it was worth thinking about. iShares 20 plus year Treasury bond ETF. I mean, bonds might not be a bad way to go. Um, you know what I would do? I would go back in history. Go back in history. Energy, right? Energy is one of the key things, a key um, market recovery, I believe, to a market crash. If you go back in history and you look at some of the things what were some of the first things to recover after the market crashed 100 years ago? Was it that long? Was it 1920? What year was the market crash? 1929. Almost 100 years ago. What did it? What were some of the first things to recover from that market crash? And maybe that might be the way to go to kind of look at it as some of the first things that kind of had recovery, building up those things, then moving to secondary and third stage stocks that would naturally recover the market. I think it was energy. Let me see here. I hate to say this, but I am actually pulling from an article from the Motley Fool on this one. Believe it or not. Yeah, here it is. Electric Boat Container Corporation of America, Truox, Traer Coal, International Paper and Power, Spicer Manufacturing, Belova Watch, Zenith Radio, Douglas Aircraft, Minneapolis Honeywell Regulator, Crown Zellerbach, and S&P 500 in general, I guess. But see, here's the thing: those industries for those. Let me just read them off, and I think you guys will see a little bit of a trend here. The industry is defense, packaging, coal, paper, hydroelectric power, auto parts, watches, radios, televisions, aerospace defense, thermostats, aerospace defense, and paper. If you notice, the trend that we had back then was pandemic in the 1900s, early 1900s, 1919, I believe it was. 10 years later, you have depression, and after that, you have war. And so maybe defense, mixture of defense companies that have defense contracts. Current day defense contracts might be something to they would be creating jobs. Um, those might be things that you might want to look into. I don't know. I'm just kind of I'm thinking off the cuff right now. And by the way, I think it was 1919 for the pandemic, 1929 for the uh, stock market crash, and then 1939 for World War II. So every 10 years something bad happened, and we we might be on a much faster pace. But history does have a way of repeating itself, though. Do I think Powell will lose his job? Um, I don't know, man. I think after all this is said and done, come the next elections, there's going to be a lot of people losing their jobs in government. I think there's going to be a big shift, a big change. And I think, in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, and I'm not trying to get political, but I'm going to be looking for a president who's looking to fix the infrastructure of the United States. That's really what I'm going to be looking for. I think, if we do have a market crash or something, an instance where the market starts to really tank, I'm going to be looking for somebody who wants to fix the infrastructure of the United States. I think that that's probably key. We have a lot of progress that we could make. Good old Gary, good old Gazer Beam Gary for president, huh? Can we call him that? Can we call him good old Gazer Beam? So it looks like we've touched down here. It's time for technical analysis. I think I'm going to let this run for just a little bit more before I do a prediction on where we're kind of headed to. So let me take you over to the other page. I'm going to go ahead and zero everybody out. Sean, no, I did not see anything solar in the article. I didn't read the article actually. I was just looking for the big hits, the ones that made a lot of money. And by the way, some of the percentages I'll just kind of post it up here on the page for you guys to see really fast before I do take you back over. Some of the big ones. If you look at the return from 1932 to 1954, the returns are really super stinking high. I mean, talk about like making fortunes. Super super high percentages. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah. Um, I'll link the article and you guys can read it, if you want to. I'm not really a huge fan of the Motley Fool. I call him the mostly fool. But yeah. Let me go ahead and take you back to the other page. I want to start from the top here. This is the first run of the day. Everything a little bit slow. Price prediction tallies last week. Eric and I tied for most days with the price prediction. There, do note that we always I give a $3 swing on that, and so everybody kind of guesses their price predictions at the beginning of the morning. And I just realized, guys, that I could put out a poll in the beginning of every single day, and we can actually poll to see what we all think price is going to do. So I'm going to set up a poll here in a little bit, and we'll try it. We'll run with it and see what happens. But I'm going to go ahead and reset everybody for their guesses. By the way, for Adam, Monty was covering for Adam this week, and he scored 2 points on his first attempt ever on his first week guessing. Not bad. Not bad at all. I can't believe I hit 4. Unusual for me. Very unusual. The running joke around here is that I don't know anything about price. I only know volume. And we all missed a day. We all missed, I think it was Tuesday. Actually, whenever we do miss, we usually do miss Tuesdays. Let's see here. Short exempt volume is down. It was down pretty heavy. Am I setting up a stripper pole in the living room? I have no idea what you're looking at there. I don't see what you're looking at. Anyways, 88,000 shares was how much the short exempt volume was. We had the lowest amount of volume we've had all year last Friday. It was a record setter. So obviously short exempt volume is going to be low. Utilization is down to 81.73. Day-over-day price increase we had at 1.37. So we have not triggered any of True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. Taking a look at off exchange for the day today, go ahead and update that. Normally 43% is what we would see at this time in the morning. Currently at 54.59, so definitely a little bit more being placed into the off exchange today. Updating Ortex. Do note that at some point today, the exchange reported short interest should pop up. Today is a reporting date for that. It looks like so far they've borrowed 524,000 shares. That's going to bring up our estimated current short share interest of the free float up to 16.54%. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the page there, about the fourth line down, you'll see institutional share ownership at 162.757 million shares. I'm going to go ahead and update that and see if that changes. 163,174. Since I've been tracking this for about just a little over a month now, it's gone from 138 million to 163 million. So it's getting really close to $30 million or 30 million shares added into institutional ownership in the last month. So almost averaging about a million a day. Almost, not quite. Max Pain, moving down from there, Max Pain is $40 for the day today. And let me go ahead and update the options chain. Holy moly, this is taking forever. Okay, what I do want to do is I want to scroll to the top here and I want you guys to see something. The amount of open interest this week that's open at some of the lower strike prices for the puts is absolutely kind of nutty. 2.5 thousand shares, or sorry, 2.5 thousand contracts for the puts at a $10 strike price. They're out of the money by like $31 now. It's pretty hefty. 10.9 thousand contracts at a $20 strike price. That's pretty hefty as well. And then you've got quite a few numbers in between running all the way up. There's quite a bit of contracts out of the money on the put side right now. Quite a bit. And you'll see that on Stonko Tracker here when I pull it up in just a minute. But let's take a look at our current volume and see what that's running at right now. Highest levels. Let's see what we have. Highest level of volume currently for the calls is at a $45 strike price. It ended at 40 last week, so that's up $5. And our current level of volume is 4.6 thousand contracts. On the put side of things, our highest level of volume is currently at a $35 strike price. That is down from 39 last Friday, making it a $10 spread between the puts and the columns' highest levels of volume, meaning that $40 is the target number, which is max pain. 2.9 thousand contracts for 35. Let me move a couple pages. Looking at Ortex, and I stated this earlier this morning, but I want to rehash this because there might be new eyes on this that are kind of seeing this now that may be able to better answer this. Yes, Mr. Kramer, my internet connection is lagging probably pretty hard. Let me go through and, before I move on, let me go through and see if there's anything I can do to alleviate that. I've already had my internet connection killed once today. Yeah, I've got everything already off. I could kill that one. Let's see if that helps. I just took off one more thing there. We'll see if that helps at all. Sorry about that. Oh, there's only so much I can do here, unfortunately. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So here's one thing that I want to point out. On loan amount still dropping, right? And I don't like seeing that. But on the other hand, our on loan average age per day is still pretty high. So seeing this drop to me means that some of the positions that some of the short interest positions that are closing out are likely newer positions. You know, things that may have been short positions that may have been I don't know, maybe within the last 2 or 3 months, maybe even 4 months, and they're probably making some money on those. But they're closing them out. They're definitely closing them out before you know, a big massive price increase, because if they're forced to go to the market to buy shares to cover some of these older positions, you can guarantee that's going to skyrocket the price again. And when that happens, they don't want to have their puts out of the money, way out of the money. That would be bad. So I'm a little discouraged by seeing the on loan amount, shares on loan dipping, but the fact that this is staying up high is encouraging for me. Now, as Rule pointed out something last Friday that kind of got me down a little bit of a rabbit hole, talking about short interest versus shares on loan. And what I don't know is, and I'm still trying to figure out, is shares on loan, sorry, is short interest, because shares that are lent for short interest are lended shares, but I don't know if they're the same makeup of the shares that are on loan or not. So I'm not sure if you can add these two numbers together to see the amount of shares, or if it's actually more of a, you know, estimated current short share interest is 84. Does that mean that there's 93 million shares on loan, but only 84 of them are used for short interest, and that means that they have 9 million more to play with otherwise? I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm just not sure. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I can see that the I can see that my internet's obviously janky. And it sucks, and I apologize. Moving this page over, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not on the top 10 list. I can actually see it here. When I'm clicking on stuff, I can see the internet's bogged down. AMC is in 11th spot with most heavily traded shares with a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. GME currently on the list, which is good, and 29th position with 58% buys to 42% sales. I think it'll clear up here in just a little bit, guys. Usually my internet starts getting a little bit better around 10 a.m. and it's 9:14 now, so. Shares available to borrow. So far this morning, we've seen them borrow 3.4 million shares. Currently, it looks like they've borrowed another 600,000 shares. So we're at a total of 4 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Last Friday they borrowed 3.85, so they already have borrowed more than they did last Friday. This is the part that I was telling you guys about. Look at the out of the money puts. 151.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. It's pretty high. But we also have a lot of high out of the money calls. So as price goes up, though, that should drop and it'll start looking better. But we already have nearly 40,000 contracts in the money on the calls, which is really, really good. So the more forwards momentum, or the more upwards momentum we have in price, the better that's going to look for us on those options. Taking a look at the market, the Nasdaq is down 0.02, Dow Jones is up 0.21, and S&P 500 is up 0.1. For those of you who are new, I have a list of stocks that I kind of watch off here on the side. I'll tell you why that is. Robinhood, they are down negative 0.97%. I like watching them burn. That's it. That's the only reason why. Amazon is on the list because it's the heart of retail America. If you want to know how our market's doing, take a look at Amazon. They're not very heavily shorted. They are currently up 0.67% for the day today. I've been tracking them since Jeff Bezos stepped down as CEO of the company, at which time they were trading at $3,500 a share. They are up over that amount now, so they're doing pretty well, all things considered. Cinemark is up 0.54%. I watch Cinemark because they are competitors. If you want to know how your competitors are doing, it'll give you an idea on how you should be doing. Doge is currently down, and they are being shorted, by the way. Doge is down negative 1.59%, 1.6. GME is up 1.52, and AMC is up almost 3% for the day today. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we currently have, oh my goodness, lordy. That number is so big I gotta do math. 23-point spread. That's actually pretty decent. More inflow than outflow coming into AMC, with volume currently at 6.61 million shares having been traded. Let's see what kind of pace that is. Okay, we're on pace to hit about 54.8 million shares traded for the day today. That is low volume, extremely low volume. I'm guessing between 10 and 30 million. I think there's a possibility we could see potentially another record breaker. It is really, really low. It's possible. Taking a look at a 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure, or sorry, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with RSI at 69.65, which is very high. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI already above the 70% at 75%. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 66.18. Let's see where we're going here. If I had to guess, this looks like a bullish triangle to me. And I really don't think I need to draw the top here, but we may be breaking out any second. Normally I like to draw a box leaving out just the tip. We have one, almost a second, maybe that's a second, third touch point. We'll see if we break out here. Oh man, I didn't realize that I didn't switch you guys to the other page. I just went through all that information. I got thrown. I was thrown off. I was still thinking about the internet connectivity when I looked over at what Sean had wrote, and then realized I was still on the wrong page. Do I show you guys all that information again? No, probably not. I think just saying it was probably enough. We are indeed breaking out of that triangle right after I got done drawing it. Would have been pretty easy to figure out. I have, yeah, volume is picking up. I have already reduced my camera. I tried messing around with the settings a little bit, Sean, and honestly, like I think I'm at the bare minimums. I'm not a huge IT guy, but I've tried a lot of things, and I think I'm at the bare minimums that I can do. In all honesty, what I need to do is I really need to I need to take the computer down and tonight and try to clean up some stuff. I'll make that a project for tonight. Normally speaking, volume drops at around 10 a.m. I usually see an attack on price around 10 a.m. To reduce that volume. I'm not seeing much of an attack in here down. AP, I meant to give you a call last night and I passed out. It was like, I don't remember what time it was. I think it was like 8 something, 8:30 or something like that. And I was like, I'm just gonna give him just a little bit more time. And then I passed out on you. So I apologize. I actually passed out, I think, listening to a space call. because when I woke up, I still had my earpiece in. I was really, yeah, guys, I know, man. I know my internet sucks. It already shut me down once this morning. If you'll notice the title for the day, it says part two. I've already been shut down once. This is actually the third time. Last Thursday, last Friday, and today I've been shut down at least once due to connectivity issues. So I'll try to resolve some of that tonight. I'll see what I can do to work on that and try and get that fixed. If it becomes unbearable, please let me know. And what I'll do is I'll reboot everything now and then restart the stream after everything's rebooted and see if I can't clean up some of the problems. Let me go ahead and take a look at the news. Oh yeah, today. Don't forget today is I believe it's a settlement cycle for failure to delivers. So there may be some forced buying that's going on, especially due to the fact that there's some of those loans are so old. We might see borrowing going up pretty high, either borrowing or actual purchasing of shares from the market. But today is the report for short interest. So we should be getting a new number here later on in the day today. I'm not sure what time that report's at, but when it does, I'll try to make sure and let you guys know. Just took out SAR on the 3-hour chart. Nice. I have today, like I said, I'm kind of hedging on $42 as the closing price for the day today. I think the really fun day this week, guys, I think the really kind of big day that we're going to have this week is Thursday. And it's just I'm kind of guesstimating a little bit, but I'm leaning towards thinking that Thursday might be our really big price increase. But that will come after we have a bit of a dip in the aftermarket hours and pre-market. So it's going to look scary going into Thursday, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing some good numbers. And again, I kind of want to I want to reiterate this just a little bit for you guys. Like, and I don't maybe expect this to happen necessarily today or this week even, but if you ever find that any of this is being like real taxing to you, like psychologically, walk away for a little while. Take a break. Dude, I went and, oh, I got to tell you guys a story. So I think I've had COVID twice. I got it before anybody else, I think possibly from my mom. She came from a city that was only an hour and a half west of, northwest of Wuhan. So in 2019, she came back to the US in December, spent Christmas with us here, and shortly thereafter, I got really super sick. And the doctors gave me all kinds Z-Packs. They gave me everything you could possibly think of. They gave it to me because at that time nobody really knew what. I mean, they knew what coronavirus was, but they didn't know how to treat it yet. And everything they had given me, they said, nothing's helping. We think you just have allergies. Even though I was running like 103 temperature and couldn't breathe, they said that they thought it might be allergies. It was absolutely ridiculous. I couldn't understand like why the doctors were acting the way they were acting. But anyways, I ended up getting better, but it took me like a month or two. And then last year, or sorry, this year, I got sick again and definitely tested positive with COVID in February. I think it was February. Might have been. It could have been March. It may have been March. But for a fact, I know I had COVID because I tested positive for it. And so, anyways, I had a 5K to run this weekend. My wife wanted me to go run with her, so I was like, "Yeah, not a problem. We'll go out and we'll do a 5K. I can, I figure worst case scenario, I'll just walk some of it." And so we got out there, and we decided that right off the bat we were just going to run the straights and walk the curves. It was all on a track, so it was. We had to do like 14 laps or something like that. Anyways, um, I told her, I said, we started running the straights, walking the curves, and the breathing was horrendous. Like I could not breathe. I sounded like a windbag pipe that had a hole in it, and it was just absolutely terrible. I could not, for the life of me, breathe. I got in a mile and quit. I quit after a mile. I just couldn't. I wasn't sweating. I didn't have my muscles weren't sore. Nothing was wrong with me physically. I just couldn't get the air in that I needed to continue on. Like the capacity, the lung capacity was gone, completely gone. And being a former triathlete, I can tell you right now that that's probably like one of the worst things that can happen to you because you need your upper respiratory has to work in order for you to get fuel to everything, every muscle and every organ in your body. You need that oxygen, and I mean, it felt to me like um, high altitude training. That's what it felt like because I just couldn't get any air. So, anyways, I stopped after a mile, and but I felt good. I felt really, really good. I got out and I did something. I got away from AMC, talking about it, thinking about it, and it was healthy. Then that same night, I think it was that same night, we went and saw a hockey game. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. They went into overtime and then to a shootout, and it was so much fun. Our team ended up winning. We scored the point that would win, and I feel so much more refreshed. I came in today feeling like a little bit of weight lifted off the shoulders, I guess. No pressures. So I'm just trying to tell you guys, that if you ever feel like psychologically AMC is hurting you, walk away. Go do something else. Don't feel like you got to sit here and watch these prices because they're just gonna get in your head. And trust me, if this thing starts popping off, you'll hear about it. Even if you're at work, everybody's gonna start talking about it. I almost promise you that'll happen. You'll find out pretty quickly. let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. Let's try to define what's going to happen next, because we might have a bit of an ascending parallel channel. I got 3 touch points on the bottom with a little bit of a one that's just slightly out, but I'm gonna go ahead and take this. This appears to be an ascending parallel channel. When this does break out, it should break out going down because it's a bearish indicator. However, 80 to 90% of the time that I see it break out going in the wrong direction, then I usually zoom out to a larger time scale and find that it turns into a cup and handle. I'm not saying that's what it is, but somebody came in with a J-hooks comment, which I have written down to see who that was because I always forget. Eric with the J-hooks comment from last week had mentioned that we were going to start seeing these little J-hooks, and I think that's a very strong possibility. So we'll see what happens right here. We'll see if it breaks out going up or not. If it does, then we could be seeing another one of those little J-hooks. If not, I normally draw boxes at levels of resistance. Leaving out just the tip as possible locations where you could see the price break out of this channel. I know this is going to be a level of support, but I'm going to draw it here anyways. And then, just because I'm crazy, I draw trampolines. Who saw that coming? Did any of you guys see that coming? That is like one of the crappiest trampolines I've ever drawn. Oops. They absolutely hate my trampolines. They avoid them at all costs. I feel like I need to move this one down just a tad. I'll leave it. Best advice I can give anyone in life: never trust never. Okay, that sounds like something happened. I don't know. I don't know if we want to know the answer to, or I kind of want to ask what happened, but at the same time, I don't. Why are my trampolines drawing abilities like so off today? I don't even know why I do this still. When they say dumb money, like I envision somebody who actually knows something about the stock market watching what I'm doing. and just shaking their head. So what I got here is if price continues up the ascending parallel channel and doesn't break out one of my boxes, then what'll happen is price will hit my trampoline and bounce off. That's the hopes. We like hopium. Exactly, safety trampolines. If they break out through my boxes, though, then we're in trouble. So what we're seeing right now is consolidation. If we're going to have another run upwards here and create that J hook, breakout of an ascending parallel channel, which just doesn't happen very often. If that is when it ends up happening, you could see a little bit of consolidation here before moving back up this channel again. My bad. Just out of curiosity, AP, this is what I've kind of got drawn out right now. And I know like none of this really matches exactly, but I'm not trying to get it to match. So basically what I've started doing, a lot of people are doing this like cycle analysis where they're taking images of past price movements and then pasting onto the future to see what it potentially is going to look like. What I'm doing is I'm taking current price trends, which is what you see right here in purple, blue, whatever color you want to call this, and posting them onto the past. And I'm saying, and I'm not changing the size of them. I'm not trying to get them to match up. I'm just saying, okay, well, I think that the patterns look similar, but not exactly the same. You see some similarities in some of the features that are in there, but not exactly lining up. And I feel like the price movement that we're going to see today kind of fits this pattern. So I got asked earlier, what day do you think we're kind of on in reference to the past? And I stated probably the 24th. So if I look at this, I can see that if price movement upwards is kind of where we're heading, if we end our day here, at this point, that would be equal to the top secondary peaks on this price portion right here. So then what I do is I come back out and I look at our current, where we're currently at in price, right? And here's that double peak spot right here. And if I just put the line on it, I can see 42.15 is the price. So I just rounded it down to 42 and said I'd hedge my prediction on price value or pricing for the day today to be around 42 bucks. And that's how I kind of came up with my price today. That and, well, sometimes I base it off of options too, but today not so much. Down at the bottom of the screen down here, let me see what you guys are looking at. There we go. Down at the bottom of the screen down here, what you're going to see is pre-market volume profiles. And you can already see right now that our pre-market volume for today was less than Friday, at least according to this trend line. So there's a possibility that we could have another new high record on lowest amount of volume. Oh, I forgot to update Suck Squeeze Bang Blow. Nobody's asking about that anymore. Let me pull up Suck Squeeze Bang Blow. I'm going to blind you guys here in 3, 2, 1. Let's update our numbers. So last week we closed at $40 even. Remember, price should remain relatively the same. We are only 7 cents lower than what we went into the bang phase. So yeah, I mean, price is really close, super, super close. Volume, however, being the lowest volume we've had this year, is supposed to fall. Volume is supposed to fall during this phase before we go into the blow. So it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. We are still in the bang. We're still banging. Oh, stop it, you guys. Don't get it out of your heads. Stop it. Okay, I gotta enter in new dates here. 11/15/2021. In order for me to consider us going into the next phase, which is the blow, in my opinion, we would have to see probably about 65 million shares traded, and probably a pricing of $43. We'll probably there's a good chance we could hit the 43, but we probably won't hit the volume, and that's okay. 43 bucks is not too. It's still relatively close to 40 bucks. So I'm just going to keep those numbers there for now. However, if we have a spike up in volume, then we'll know. AP saying there's a lot of factors that have allowed some slight deviations to the chart, but still following an overall pattern for the most part. Need to play some Ricky Martin. She bangs. I thought about it. But it's kind of, I don't know, man. I feel like if I haven't gotten past the horrors of having to hear that song every 5 minutes on the radio from the early 2000s. Was it like 1999 or 2000 he came out with that? Yeah, it had to be early on. I don't think I had my son yet. It had to be before 2002. I'm looking it up. 1998. Yeah, I was kind of figuring 99. Oh man, I remember that too. I remember it really well. I was working on a dock with a bunch of guys on a we were working for a company called Emporium, and I worked on a dock doing distribution to different sites. It was a distribution center, and like those guys could not. The guys I was working with at the time, they could not get enough of that song. They would just go around singing all day long. There were they were characters. Can I get back to the dock now? They need all the help they can get. Yeah. No thanks. Oh my gosh, that was labor intensive. That was probably the second worst job I've ever had. Especially when the Levi trucks came in, because it was Emporium was very similar to like a J.C. Penney's, and but it was only in the Northwest, and I think they're closed down now. But so when the J.C. Penney's truck came in, or Levi, I'm sorry, when the Levi truck came in, you'd have these boxes. The boxes are probably about what is that? 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet square box. Maybe about a foot in depth, and they weighed I want to say like 50 pounds a box, and unloading them off the trucks wasn't that bad because we had a hand truck that we would use or pallets, and so you just kind of like you just toss the boxes. Oh, and they all have that plastic strip around the box holding it together. So you just grab it by that plastic strip and you throw it onto a hand truck or something like that, stack them up, and then pull them out and go line them up, and then you'd sort them. And but then every week somebody new would have to do the tossing, and it's where you grab these 50-pound boxes and you toss them from the rollers onto some new rollers, and they get shipped off to another area where they open the boxes and then distribute them, right? Distribute them, sorry. And so you pick up these 50-pound boxes, and it wasn't just a toss. It was more of a pick up the box, turn and walk 2 steps, and then toss it, kind of a thing. So, and it's 50 pounds over and over and over, and you're just doing it like all day long, and it just wreaks havoc on your back. Wreaks havoc on your back. There's no way I could do it now. This guy is too old and too decrepit to be doing that kind of work. Um, I pass. I'd rather use my mind nowadays. Those labor-intensive jobs are just not for me anymore. The hardest working, well, yeah, the hardest job that I ever had was construction, by far. When I first got out of high school, I did some construction work, and that was most of it was I worked for an independent contractor, and he did like remodels, and he was doing I remember one of the worst ones was he was doing a kitchen, and no, no, I'm sorry, it was a laundry room, and the laundry room had that popcorn ceiling stuff, and they wanted to get rid of that. And back in those days, like the whole, um, I can't remember what that cancer-causing stuff is. Asbestos. I mean, it was a thing. People knew about it, but not everybody was really doing PPE for it yet. And so I'm in there with sandpaper on the end of a stick, um, doing this action, knocking down all that popcorn off the ceiling, and yeah, talk about a good arm workout. That's some good times right there. That, and then after that, they had vinyl on the floor in the laundry room, so we were using one of those really heavy steel sticks to uh, peel the vinyl off the ground. So I'm doing this action down and then this action up, and don't start with me, guys. It was rough, man. My arms were hurting me by the end of the day, and then looking up too like this all day long is not cool. That was definitely harder than anything. See you later, AP. 8 more minutes, and we'll do the next technical analysis here. And refresh Ortex. Okay. Like I was saying, we should get exchange reported short interest here soon. Hopefully that'll report here a little bit later. I would expect to see it go down. How far down? 87 or 88? I think it'll be higher than what it's showing. Right now it's showing an estimated current short share interest of, or short interest rather, of 84.75. I'm thinking like 86. I don't think it'll be as low as 84. Actually, I feel like we might be able to figure that out. 20, 16, 17. It might actually be lower than 84. 17 minus 93. It could be as low as 76. I guess we'll see when it happens. Super sleepy today. If you guys know, I don't know if any of y'all noticed, but I actually started the show kind of late today. I was feeling a little super sleepy myself. The alarm went off, and I set my phone down. I normally get straight up right off the bat, but today I was like, yeah, maybe 5 more minutes, and then I woke up 20 minutes later. It was a good thing that I had planned out the song in advance. Otherwise, y'all might not have had a song today. 5 a.m. Oof. I don't know what time it is where you're at normally, but still getting up at 5 a.m. Well, it depends on what time you went to bed. Did you go to bed at like midnight? Because then that's kind of rough. Ooh, 1 a.m. Yeah, that's nasty. Nasty. JP, I just noticed all those other messages. I didn't see them. JP, maybe it is you. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. 40 to 45 bucks is just really tough, a tough gray zone for us. But we seem to be pushing through it pretty steadily. I really thought that we'd have to rip through that 40 to 45 bucks. If we steadily walk our way up it, that's that's I'm really bullish if that's the case. If we're going to steadily walk our way up through the 40 to $45 range, I can't imagine being any more bullish than that. That's been such a hard um, price zone for us in the past. Yeah, it is extremely weird, JP. I feel the exact same way. It's I To see it moving the way that it's moving and not just a sharp increase is kind of encouraging. I like seeing it. I know that this is an ascending parallel channel. It's going to eventually break out going down. The fact that we're climbing up it the way that we are is very, very encouraging to me. It may be becoming less and less of a gray zone for us. I think if investors see, actually, I haven't looked at that yet. Let me look at that really quickly before we hit technical analysis time. But let me pull up the IC on this. Check it on the 1 hour and see what it looks like for day trading. Because I am curious. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, the day traders are going to start hitting here soon. It's outside the cloud and it's almost above the conversion and baseline. The conversion line is above the base. This is primed in the next hour to start being a heavy buy signal for a 1 hour Ishimoto cloud. Let's look at the 4 hour. Okay, not so much on the 4 hour. The 4 hour still got some room to move. This thing would actually have to start increasing price pretty heavily. Um, It would depend. It would depend for the day traders. It would probably depend on it probably will depend on whether it can push outside this 4 hour. But it does look like some it could be an early indicator to getting in, but we want to see it above the cloud. Sean's 53. Yep, that's JP's number. Okay, so we're trying to punch through that $42 kind of like level of resistance there. And in a way, we're kind of inside this ascending parallel channel. We're kind of building that like 4208 triangle, which would be a breakout, continuing up this channel some more. All right, it is 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock. And JP, if you ever want to post that, I never minded you posting the pace, hourly pace that we were on. I just couldn't see it all the time. So when you were posting it before, I just didn't see it. Have the hedgies fallen asleep today? Well, let's check things out. Let's check it out and see what's going on here. Let me update a few things. Price actually just started booming again. So I'll try to run through this really quickly. Okay, taking a look at off exchange, that is 54.69% for the day today. Normally I'd like to see around like 58 or 59 by this hour, so it's a little low, but not bad. Borrowed change amount, it was 524,000 shares an hour ago. It is now down to 507.7, which is going to decrease ever so slightly the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 16.53%. Taking a look at the options, highest level of volume currently at a $45 strike price. An hour ago, there was 4.6 thousand contracts. There is now 13,000. At a $35 strike price for the puts, an hour ago it was 2.9 thousand contracts. There's now 8.5. Taking you to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC not in the top 10. We were 11th. Oh no, I'm sorry, I missed it. AMC is in 8th position with more sales and buys at 48% to 52%. GME was in 28th or something like that earlier. Has moved down or up. Let's see. They're no longer on the list. Shares borrowed in the last hour. It doesn't appear like any. Yeah, it just returns. $43.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. Beautiful, beautiful numbers there. 152.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number is really super high. Would love to see that come down. The Nasdaq is down 0.04, Dow Jones is up 0.33, and the S&P 500 is up 0.14. Overall, the market is declining over advancing, with 3,714 decliners to 3,570 advancers. Robinhood is down 1.05%, Amazon is up 0.62%, Cinemark is up 0.59%, Doge is down 1.6%, GME up 2.9%, and AMC up 5.2%. Our inflow versus outflow, holy smokes. 3 minus a 22 plus 25, right? 47-point spread. 47-point spread of more buying than selling, which is pretty massive. But yet only up 5.2%. Kind of weird. Here's the other part I don't understand. Let me do some quick math here. Huh. Let me make sure that's right. I don't know. $53.95 million shares traded for the day today is the pace that we're on. Taking a look at our 1 hour, our 1 hour is saying that there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a very high RSI of 77.14. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI very, very high at 82.76. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure on a 5-minute interval than buying pressure, with an RSI at 74.09. Everything's primed to drop out of this ascending parallel channel. Everything is primed. Everything's pointing to indicators saying overbought. Everything. So we'll see what happens here. So, Fish Killer, I do believe that today is a settlement day. So what you could be seeing is a lot of buying to cover. Eric, I did a shout out to you earlier. I'm not sure if you were listening or not on the J hooks. You know, that's JP. I was thinking the same thing earlier. I was thinking the exact same thing about what the stock would actually look like. I wonder what it could look like without any kind of interference. I drew up this picture. I know you guys have seen it probably elsewhere, but I'm not trying to make claims that I came up with this first. I know I saw it elsewhere, but I was showing. I don't feel like digging it up. I wish I could give credit to whoever it was that I saw it first, but I don't remember. But I do want to point out that we had some very similar price activities, and this is RSI down here at the bottom. Some very similar patterns to what we saw before the run up. And then if you'll notice right here specifically, there's 3 candlesticks down, a small green little candlestick, and then price movement upwards. And so what you see here is the same exact thing: 3 candlesticks down, 1 tiny little candlestick upwards, and you know what comes next, which would be today. So there is that. I don't remember who I saw this from. It may have been Amanda. I don't remember. Oh, wait. I apologize. Sorry. Amanda may have actually posted this on. I don't recall who it was. I apologize, Amanda, if I'm not giving you credit, but you may have been the one that posted that, and I was actually pointing it out to somebody else, and then showed him a picture because I couldn't find the information right away. Ooh, that's a great question, Bondaro. Great question. Let's look at it. Let's go back to the daily. So for today, the upper for me, what I'm showing is 43.58. I think we test it. And I think we come back down just slightly. I think the breakout's probably. Let me think about this for a second. Today, I think the breakout could be tomorrow, and I think it breaks out hard. And I think it's institutionals. I think whoever said that a minute ago with the institutional buying could possibly be right about that. So, but the box that I had drawn out, I don't even remember how many eons ago it was. It seems like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That box looked like this. If I can, I deleted the box, but I'll put it back up here just for a second so you can see what I had up there. The 10th was the first day that I had the box, and I had it going up to the 30th. So I had this box drawn up here, and I wrote down the information. But tomorrow would definitely be inside. It would be inside this box for the breakout. I don't know. I would tend to think that we break out of the wedge, Bondaro, by tomorrow. Probably not today, but if not tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. I really do think tomorrow, though. Actually, you bring up a good point. It would be Wednesday because it's not an actual breakout until you have all of the data outside of the outside of the wedge. So the breakout wouldn't be tomorrow; it would actually be Wednesday. Wednesday would be the actual breakout. But I think that the big mover is going to be Thursday, right? T+2. For those of you who are familiar with how the buying works, if institutions do indeed sense that this is the breakout of that pattern, then the buying really happens. The big buying probably happens on like Tuesday or Wednesday, and the settlements happen on Thursday. So Thursday is going to be the real. In my personal opinion, Thursday is going to be the day where we're just going to see absolute huge movements. I don't want to. I'm not trying to instill like a lot of hopium. try to remain calm through this. Again, the reason I delete this box here is because when I go back to the 1 minute interval, it just looks like this mess here. So I got to get rid of the box. I don't like having all that blue screen. Monty, I'm actually thinking more like I think 54 is the number that I had come up with. It might have been 53. Oh no, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, that's right. 54. 54 was the number that I was kind of coming up with on Friday. Uh, so it might be less than that on Thursday. But it's hard to say. It really is hard to say, Monty. $73 on the 4 hour. Let me look at it. I'm kind of curious. I haven't done a lot of analysis on this, so that's, that could, I might, it's only at 63 right now. There's a couple of points right there in 79 range. Here's another point up that high. It looks like, oh, I went back too far. Webull hates me now. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. You guys want to see that really funny chart though? The one that I'm always showing you guys. If I could alter this picture so that it was like slanted in the correct direction. If you know what it is, you know what it is, right? Yeah, for those of you who know, this is my viewers, the total amount of viewers. What do they call it? They call it the concurrent viewers, and it's funny to me how it always, for the most part, tracks really well with the pricing. Joe's saying, I just saw that after our ATH is 77.3, not 72.63 on TD. I drew the pennant from that wick, and we already broke and retested out of it. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that we need now is volume to just pop. Once volume pops, it's the blow, right? We know it's the blow. It'll be it'll be painfully obvious, and no mistaking what's happening. And to me, that will be the 26th. You remember, guys, how I told you it was the 26th? Who was it that asked me? Somebody came in and asked me, they said, do you feel like it's the same when you went to go quit your job? Do you feel like it's the same thing that we were saying? I said, no, not yet. If volume pops here, Tuesday, either Tuesday or Wednesday, if we see this just massive amount of volume pop, I could see if everybody's viewing today as the 24th, if you're seeing today as the 24th of May, and the 26th was the day that I knew that I wanted to quit my job because I knew that we were going to be moving to really high levels of pricing, then I would say that, very, very easily Wednesday could be the day that you would have I would have that same feeling again. Very similar feeling to what I had back in May. Joe gets credit. That was a great question, by the way. I like that question. I, I never really even thought about it like that before. Okay, here we go. Maybe this is gonna be the breakout. Not upwards, downwards. I guess it's time for me to go to break. If I go to break, does that mean it's gonna bounce off my trampoline? Let me move my trampoline over just a tad. Let me move my trampoline over just a tad bit here and see if we can't get a big bounce of that while I go on break. And we'll get Gazer Beam Gary up here. See if he can't help us out a little bit to identify market manipulation. We'll break out all the stops here. I'm going to leave those boxes for now. All right, break time. I'm going to keep the tramp up and put good old Gazer Beam Gary in here. With his eye on the prize. Yeah, he's gonna stare that down hard. I think I'm still too far over to the left. I'm not getting any help from Sean today. Come on, Sean. There we go. Let's try that. All right, guys. I'm gonna head to break, and I'll see you guys back here at 11, and we'll check it out and see what happens. But we have broken out of the bearish channel, the ascending parallel channel. We'll see what happens, and when I get back, we'll do a little technical analysis and see where we're going to go from there. See you guys in just a bit. I'll put on the music here in just a second. Let's see. That's not going to do. There we go. Hopefully you guys are going to be watching the borrowed shares change. Hopefully that's going to start going up here. We want to see a 3 value or higher. Alrighty, I'll see you guys in just a bit. What happened? Nothing. Sideways. Completely missed it. It always does. I'm just going to leave that there for now. I might use it later. As it stands, I would say that we're probably a little bit of a wedge. I'm not sure if I want to use this point or if I want to use this one. I think I'd almost rather use that one. What do I have? 43.50 is my price prediction. Yeah. That actually looks. I'm just going to delete this. I'm not even going to put that in there. We might actually just see like trading up this channel here right into the end of the day today. Let me look at one more thing real quick here. Actually, yeah. I think this is actually going to break out going down just slightly at some point today, and I'll have to redraw this one more time. But I have a feeling that primarily what we're going to see today is maybe just kind of like sidewards trading action around 42 bucks, between 41.93 possibly and 42.50, whatever that is. I think we might work ourselves back up into that channel eventually, and then see a lot of sidewards trading for the rest of the day. Yeah, a short breather, exactly. So basically, what I think is going to happen is it's just going to kind of break into this $42 range here, and then possibly break out going down of the outside of this wedge, and then have kind of sideways trading to close out the day. I think we're kind of like a short breather, like much like what Sean said, or a cooling off. But let's take a look at it. let's take a look at all the data here and see what we have to see. Gizerbean Gary, thank you for your services. You're no longer needed. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. Updating the off exchange, 54.69 to 54.85 now, so slightly increasing, but still kind of low. Still kind of low in the dark pools there. Ortex is now reporting a total of 49,000 shares on loan for the day today. That's down from 507.7 an hour ago. That's going to decrease our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 16.45%. Still no reporting yet on the short interest. That is not updated quite yet. And last but not least, updating the options. Highest level of volume for the calls is currently at a $45 strike price. That's where it was an hour ago. It's gone from 13,000 contracts to 16.9. And on the puts, $35 is still the highest level of volume. It's gone from 8.5 to 8.7. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently in 7th with 44% buys to 56% sales. Let's see, GME. Not on the list. Looks like they borrowed some more shares. $1.45 million shares borrowed today, on top of the 4 that we already had. So we're looking at 5.45. 5.45 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day last week. That is above our average. Our average is, I would say average would be about 4.5 million shares. So we're definitely into the range of more borrowing than not. In the money calls, 37.9 thousand contracts in the money. 151.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 0.28%. Dow Jones is up 0.06. S&P 500 is down 0.06. The market is declining over advancing with 4,205 decliners to 3,104 advancers. Robinhood is down 2.33%. Amazon is up 0.44. Cinemark down 0.56. Doge down 1.31. GME is up 3.48. And AMC is up 4.62. With an inflow, outflow of 51 points. 51 point spread between inflow and outflow, which is pretty high. We are on pace to trade 44 million shares for the day today. My prediction today was 10 to 30 million. Unless we see another big spike up in volume today, I would say that that's going to probably remain the same or accurate. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 72.8. On a 30-minute interval, we have pretty equal buying to selling pressure. RSI still really high at 73.41. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.78. Might be a whole lot of no action for the rest of the day. Let's see what's pulling up on the news here. Are stock cultists pumping AMC shares? AMC stocks move higher, moviegoers return, but do so cautiously. What about Evergrande? There's nothing in the news about that. Absolutely zilch. Here's the other thing. I had heard on Space Calls there was some talk about some interesting lawsuit information coming out here very soon that is going to be some damaging information. As far as in regards to what that is, I don't know for sure. Let me see if there's. I'm not sure when that information was supposed to be presented. Damaging info to hedge funds. I'm not sure to the extent of what that information is. They were not allowed to release it, but they said that there would be some paperwork that was discovery information that was going to be released today from a lawsuit. And so I'm checking to see if I can find it on Twitter here. I'm getting a message from Azrul, I believe it is. Let me just post it up here. He knows I'm not a huge MACD fan. Let me post it as what he's showing me here. I don't know. I don't know. Bad back. We'll have to see. Okay, so this is on the daily. And I think the perspective that he's trying to show me. Is there a scaling model? I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's just trying to show the MACD here. So I don't know why, but his data on what he sent me looks way different than what I'm seeing. What in the world? Oh, wait, no, I don't get it. I don't know why mine looks different. Oh, he's on the 1 minute. My bad. There we go. But he sent it to me a while ago and it was back here. So, yeah. Oh, looks like he sent me another picture. I can't see it though. For some reason, his other picture is not showing. But let me continue to look and see if I can't find this information that I was talking about, though. I'm not seeing anything. I'm pretty sure that it's gonna whatever the way that they had described the information, they said that once it gets released, it'll be pretty everybody's gonna it's gonna be a lot of noise. Yeah, I don't see anything on here yet. It may come in the after hours. Like I said, I think we'll probably have a little bit of a breakout down in this wedge before heading up. So this could be the breakout of this wedge here. But I am really I'm kind of thinking 42 is kind of like our closing point for the day today. So a little bit of downwards action, maybe kind of later in the day, kind of a run up a little bit to maybe 40, just above 42. Then that last hour, a little drop below 42, and then the final push to 42. I think that's kind of where we're heading for. So this is posted by Wealthy Retard. I read it without even thinking it. Yeah, I guess we're not supposed to use that word anymore, and I apologize if I offended anybody, but even when I was a kid, that was a big word for us, and it was just something we said all the time, so I apologize. But SEC exempted Citadel's margin requirement for security-based swap. This is when buying and holding isn't enough. The SEC works for these criminals. We need to force their hand. We need an NFT dividend. It would breach the contract to not issue dividends since it's a token and not money or crypto. Interesting. JD Ruckus, the Ortex guy on Reddit, posted that 11:15 midday Ortex update. CTB constant across min, average, max values, so only one broker reporting in. I wonder if that means only one broker self-reporting their borrows too. Yep, 1.25 across the board, min, average, and max. You guys should be able to see that on the page there. Right down, right here at the bottom. Cost to borrow, min, average, and max all reporting the same value. Unusual. The manager of a $3 billion Asia bond fund at UBS has reportedly left with sizable year-to-date losses and significant holdings in China's real estate sector, including Evergrande debt. Yeah, I tracked those, Brett, and welcome to the show, Brett. I tracked those and I recorded them. I'm recording throughout the day how many shares they're borrowing, and I've got 5.45 million for the day today, which is definitely higher than usual. 4.5 is kind of what I feel like is average, normal average day. So they're definitely above the normal average. Let me just make sure that what you're saying isn't additional borrowing, because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, yeah, I've got those. I've got that one. It was actually 1.45 million. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I've got it on the left-hand side of the page down there. Right under the AMKC on the page here, you can see that there's a Stonko tracker reporting shares available to borrow was like 1.5 million, I believe it was. And then there was some that was borrowed out of the ETFs as well. Let me see what else. Ross Dilkus has left UBS Asset Manager after first joining 16 years ago. UBS is amongst the top 5 holders of Evergrande bonds at 274 million as of September 30th. According to public data, which includes holdings invested client money like the Asian High Yield Fund. Yeah. Yeah, stuff is about to hit the fan. If that's accurate. Yikes. Well, I'm really hoping that we're getting close to. I know. See, don't tell Duncan I said this, guys. And I know I said I was going to play Santa Claus this year if we mooned before then. But I don't know. I'm going back and forth on whether or not I'm going to shave this beard before then. I don't know if I can make it. I just don't know if I can make it. That's still like another month and a half away. A month and 10 days. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. Ugh. It would be so hard for me. I hope it hits 60 this week. I am screwed. I signed a contract for a new build back in January and was pre-approved for 500,000. Oh, Brett, don't get yourself into tight corners, buddy. See if you can do it on contingency. Always try to do contingencies. I wonder if anybody could do that. Contingency that your stock purchase hits a certain price. I don't want to hear that, Brett. Oh, that's bad news. How? Geez, man, it took them. Wait a minute, you signed back in January, and they're just now getting done with the house. That's a 10-month build. That's insane. A 10-month build is absolutely that's kind of ridiculous. I don't think I've ever heard of a build taking that long. I mean, I guess like a custom build obviously would probably take that long, but I'm thinking like track homes, just cookie cutter kind of stuff, the usual. Like I was saying, guys, I was gonna, this more than likely was gonna break out going down a little bit, and I was probably gonna have to redraw this bottom line. I really do think that what's gonna end up happening is mostly consolidation for the rest of the day. You might see it break up into this 42 to 42 and a half range in here, kind of like in this middle section. Sometimes I just want to draw on this stuff so bad. Like I think what we're probably gonna see is maybe like kind of like a breakout, and then maybe like pushing past here, and then just kind of sideways trading, maybe bouncing off the top, down the bottom, whatever, for the rest of today. Closing out the day, we'll probably see some kind of dip in here somewhere, and then bouncing. Well, it'll probably look something like this. I don't know, probably. Something along the lines of that. If you're talking about as far as AMC's price, I don't think that it. I, I mean, unless he's buying up AMC, I don't think that it'll do anything. Personally, like I just don't. Um, if it's doing anything at all, it would be stressing because I believe there was a lot of hedge funds who were going long on Tesla, and so he's catching them kind of like at a he's putting him between a rock and a hard place by selling off his shares. He's dropping their. Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Tesla is not an AA stock, as far as I know. It's a BB stock, and so they supposedly aren't supposed to be able to use the BB stocks for liquidity purposes when it comes to trying to meet margin requirements. So how that would affect hedge funds in producing or showing liquidity shouldn't have an impact. So, but as to them taking a hit, it'll definitely hurt anybody who's on a long position and a hedge fund. And by him selling shares, he's trapping a lot of investors into the stock, right? Like, because if you went long on this, if you were long on Tesla before, you've now lost money, potentially lost money. So you're probably in for the long haul now. So he's trapping investors. If it had been me and I had owned long positions with Tesla, the minute that I saw him put a tweet out saying, "Should I sell in shares?" I'd have been out of that stock so fast. I would have exited my position immediately. He could cause it. I've seen people write uh, write-ups on Reddit that said, like Elon, if you come over here and buy shares at AMC, I'll go out and buy 2 or 3 of your cars. So, I don't know if he could get us into a contract to buy cars if we MOASS. I might sign that. I would sign it. I'll buy share. Elon will buy shares of AMC if we buy cars. If we promise to buy cars, I'm on board. I'll buy two. Sign me up for two. Oh, well, I didn't say which two, Amanda. I would too. I would get that nifty little ATV that goes on the back of it too. And I'm not even gonna count that as part of the two that I would buy. I'd buy the truck and I'd buy probably the Roadster. I'm not sure of the names. And I think the Cybertruck, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're making it here where I live. You want the Roadster with the SpaceX package? I don't know that I've seen that. Wait, let me look that up real quick. I gotta look that up. I'm not I'm not real bullish on Tesla vehicles. Don't get me down that road. But I would do it for the cause. Let's see here. Don't hate me. Don't hate me for not being hugely bullish on the cars. There we go. Oh, that's a beauty. I'm looking at in cherry red. But have you seen this one though? Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm almost there. Hold on a second. Apparently, I have to click through like a bazillion different things before I can get to the picture I want. Look at that thing. It's just this is a more of a joke than anything, but wouldn't that be cool to drive around? I think my wife would love that. I know, actually, I don't think, I know she would. She's a huge Back to the Future fan, and that would totally be right up her alley. Even though it's just a fake little model car, um, still pretty stinking cool looking. I might have to buy her that. I'll take the Cybertruck and she can have that one. That'll be my two. That's nuts. 0 to 60 in 1.1. That's just so nuts. I'll tell you what though, Brett. I'm I drive manuals. Like I honestly can't. It's been a while. It's been 19 years since I had an automatic vehicle. So everything I drive is manual. And I would have a real hard time. Like I'm the next vehicle that I'm thinking about purchasing is an automatic, and I really am having a difficult time with it. Um, but I mean, if you're gonna go automatic and you want something fast, why not that? 0 to 60 in 1.1. That's just too much. It's too fast. I wonder what is the distance on those? 620-mile range? Wait a minute. That's crazy. Hold on a second here. I'm looking up the charge time. I'm trying to figure out how long something like that would take to charge. It's showing 1.9 seconds. I might have to correct you there, Britt. It's saying 1.9 seconds on the 0 to 60. But what I really want to know is what is the charge time? Oh, now I'm actually seeing 1.1 seconds on another. It's saying Musk claims Tesla Roadster SpaceX will do 0 to 60 in 1.1. That's the claim. It seems like others are reporting that it's actually less than that, though. I'm getting conflicting reports here when I'm searching. Because I'm seeing a lot of 1.1 claims, but I'm actually seeing that the 1.9 is the actual. But what I can't find is nobody talks about how long it takes to charge, which I find very interesting. Why is that? Yeah, I can't find that. See if you can find that one for me. See if you can find that information, because I can't find that anywhere. How long to charge that car? Because that's actually a really impressive distance, 600 miles. My guess is that the clean George W. Yep, sure is. Ah, okay. So they'll have to release it first before we'll know. Well, he's claiming 1.1, so you might be right. But see if you can figure out what that charge time is, because honestly, I think that the charge time is really what's going to be that would be the factor for me as to whether or not I would buy something like that. Because if you can get 600 miles on a car like that under normal driving conditions, that's an amazing amount of 3.5 hours at 220 volts. That's not that bad. The one that we're talking about, the Roadster with the SpaceX package. I mean, if it's just the Roadster alone that gets the 3.5 hours, it's still really not that bad. Because I mean, if you figure it's just an hour, like if let's just say, for example, that you're driving, you get short on gas and you got to make a pit stop somewhere or something like that. I say gas, I mean electricity, of course, but if you got to stop and make a pit stop, you can do an hour and you probably get 200 miles out of it, which is not bad. I just don't like the idea that I don't know. Oh, geez, 10.5 hours? That's ridiculous. 10.5 hours? Oh my, nah, see, nah, pass. Yep, that kills it for me. I mean, it basically makes you have to start thinking about your car like you think about your phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever have those times where like you first get your phone and everything's hunky dory, right? And then before too long, next thing you know, you're buying cables because you got to have a cable at your couch. You got to have a cable in your car. You got to have a cable in your bedroom. You need a cable at work. Everywhere you go, you need a cable. And so then now you're talking about making sure that your car is constantly hooked up because at a 10.5 hour charge rate, that sucker's gonna need to constantly be plugged in wherever you go. And that's the other thing too with batteries. The way the best way to charge a battery is to charge to full. Right. Whenever you use it, if you go to charge it, it's always best to get to full before you unplug. Um, yeah, it is a nice George W. I haven't gone back out to the 5 minute to look at anything. What the heck? Okay, let me take you guys over to the other page real quick. Webull just started tripping out on me. I mean, like hardcore tripping out. I wasn't even moving and it was just driving all over the place. Yeah, that 10.5 hours would kill it for me. There's no way I could do that. All right. Oh man, look at my trampoline now. It deformed it. Let's see what we're doing here. 5 minute. I kind of want to pull back to like a 30-minute interval and just kind of check things and see how they looked on a larger scale. Hmm. We had a nice little cup and handle here. That got us up to 47.50. Is this going to be another repeat? Cup and handle at 44, 45 bucks. The top of the cup, possibly. Let's do the math on that just to see what that comes out to. We haven't had an ascending parallel channel yet that's broken out going up, which is typically what I see on the backside. So I would say this is probably not a cup and handle. Normally on the backside, that's the very first indicator that I get that we have something abnormal going on, is you have price driving up through ascending parallel channels, which shouldn't happen. But just out of curiosity, I just want to see if this is indeed a cup and handle. I want to see what price could get up to potentially. We'll call the top one of these. Later. We'll call it 45. Oops. That would actually be perfect. This could complete tomorrow. Tomorrow. So this is what I'm thinking. If this happened, we could end up price being around like 42 bucks today, like I was saying, and then tomorrow a nice shoot up to maybe like 45 bucks with a little bit of a retraction in the aftermarket hours, kind of putting us at like maybe like $40.50. Or maybe even further down to like maybe 43 in the aftermarket hours, and then on Wednesday, like a nice shoot up to like 49 bucks. Now look at those crossovers. I think Astro's cycle theory is well, I'm not up to date on it. I'm not up to date on what he's currently researching or everything, everything on that. But I think that what do I want to say about it? I think it's good. I don't know really what to say about it. I mean, it's just I think it's good data. I like it. I don't know that we repeat 100% entirely. I don't think the cycles are exactly 100% repeating, but I think that the patterns are definitely there. And I think it corresponds with that Hilbert sine wave. If you go back and research Hilbert sine waves, those same patterns generate and repeat themselves over several time intervals. That's usually an indication of price movement heading upwards. So if he's seeing those same kind of cyclical patterns happening over and over different time periods, and they're happening currently or on the 1 day and the 1 hour and the daily, and those charts are repeating themselves, then there's the chances, the likelihood of the price moving up further is very highly likely. So I like it. The Wyckoff theory, kind of supports some of those patterns repeating themselves too as well. So, I think he's on the right track. However, um, what you're going to find on this channel is that I talk about volume. Everything's volume for me. I think that there's more to be discovered through volume analysis than there is through price analysis. Volume analysis kind of tells you when something's going to trigger. So I'm really kind of keyed in on volume analysis more than I am price. But it's not saying that price isn't something you should look at, though. I don't know about that. They can change, Brett. They can change it slightly. So the thing about algorithms is that once you dialed in something like that, there are small tweaks that you can make to algorithms. But if you make large tweaks to them, you risk potentially really screwing things up. And when you're talking about millions and billions, maybe even trillions of dollars that could be lost by altering an algorithm, you don't touch it. You set it and forget it. That's kind of the terminology that's used. You set it and forget it, and there's slight tweaks that you can make, very very slight tweaks. But for the most part, the algorithms run exactly the same, and there is no changes. So yeah, it's just and so that I kind of figured that too when I was doing the modeling of GME. I was like, I'll bet you there's patterns when you look at GME that you can find and figure out what the algorithms are trading around and see if you can find gaps in how the algorithms are trading. And I bet you they hold up true for every other stock that's out there that's being shorted. So I took the information that I found from modeling GME and I took it and started looking at things like the VW squeeze or the Tesla squeeze. And I looked at those things, and sure enough, those same exact numbers kept popping up. You can go and look at them on almost every single stock that's out there that's being heavily shorted, and you can find these gaps at 20, 35, and 60%. And I want to attribute it to the algorithms trading around pattern analysis of how investors trade naturally, just kind of like the natural habits of investors. So we're what caused the patterns. The algorithms are reacting to our reactions. Wait, is this target rate for what? Former New York Fed Chief Dudley sees far more hawkish Fed rate rise path. Says Feds will have to raise short-term target rate from near zero to between 3 to 4%. Huh. But I'll tell you what you can. Here's something really cool, Brett. TBT. Sean, I should have known that was going to be the next thing out of your mouth. I really should have. One of the interesting things, Brett, that I found through that modeling was is I kind of thought like, well, how can I go and test this? Like, how can I go and test and see these drops? And what I did is I kind of felt like I viewed cryptocurrency as a pump and dump for hedge funds. And the hedge funds don't work, or the hedge funds don't trade the same algorithms on cryptocurrency. They actually use a slightly modified pattern, and I'm not sure exactly why that is, but I think it has to do with. Um, Actually, I really don't know. I don't know why it is. They trade on slightly different gaps, and so once I figured out what the gaps were on uh, cryptocurrency, I tested it out to see what would happen. See what happened if you could predict the drops based off of those the selling gaps that they typically use, and it worked out really well for me. Um, but I would say, like anytime they do adjustments to algorithms, my suggestion is that what you'll see is you'll see a pump and dump just before you see a price increase in our stock. And what I think is happening is that they're testing psychological behavior of retail at that moment in time to make those fine-tune adjustments that you're talking about. You're saying that they adjust it, and I would say yes, just fine-tune it, not really change it, but fine-tune it. And I think the whole reason for those pump and dumps is not necessarily for liquidity, but more for the fact that they're testing retail to see how retail is going to react to a pump and dump. And actually, we've seen a lot of pump and dumps in the last week, not just cryptocurrency, but other stocks. And I would again say that there's multi-part reasoning for those pump and dumps. It's not just to gain liquidity. That could be part of the reason, but it's also so they can test psychological um, impact ratios um, and see if they can't, fine tune their algorithms just slightly, very slightly. Let's see. Do you think we will squeeze this year? Also, I think people think this thing will squeeze. So go to my description box there, Brett, and in the description box of this channel, you're gonna find a huge write-up that I put in there, thanks to I think it was Monty, who came in and asked a lot of the same questions you're asking. And so I went ahead and wrote up a whole piece in there. And if you want to find out what I think about all that stuff, I've got it set up there for you. And there's some good nuggets of information in there. I actually have some more to add to it, but check it out first. It's good stuff. It is time. I know we're having a little bit of a run up here, but it's time to go ahead and do technical analysis for the hour. So let me go ahead and update my screens, and I'll take you guys over to the other page. Updating Vortex. Updating OTC off exchange trades, 54.69 to, so it's just slightly down, 54.69% traded in the off exchange so far today. And updating the options chain. Borrowed change, they've actually returned 63.8 thousand shares. They had borrowed 49.9. Ortex is now reporting a return. That is going to decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.43%. Let's check and see highest level of volume currently for the calls is at a $45 strike price, although 40 is a huge, oh no, wait, I'm sorry, not 40, $42 is a huge runner-up. But an hour ago it was 16.9 thousand contracts, and we currently have at $45 strike price, we have 18.9. And on the put side of things, our highest level of volume still at the $35 strike price. It went from 8.7 to 8.9. So definitely a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. Still a $10 difference in strike price, signaling towards 40 as being like the middle ground, and 40 is max pain. Taking you guys over to the main page, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC slipping to 8th position. We do have some selling going on right now, guys. 43% buys to 57% sales. There's, according to what I'm seeing right here, it does look like some people are selling. GME not on the list. Actually, before I take you to this page, I actually do have Ortex. I want to see if we, let me see here real quick. Okay, no update to short exchange, or sorry, short interest. It's still reporting the same. Yeah. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I don't see any new shares having been borrowed. 43.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 152,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is still really high. I'd like to see that under 100K if possible. I don't know. We'll get there. Hopefully we get there. 54. If we close by $54 by the end of the week, I think we might get a lot of that in where we need it. Taking a look at the market. NASDAQ is down 0.25%. Dow Jones is up 0.1. S&P 500 breaking even. The market showing more decliners than advancers, with 4,003 decliners to 3,318 advancers. Robinhood, just because I want to see him burn, is the only reason I'm tracking him, is down 2.04%. Amazon, the retail heart of America, and not very well shorted, is up currently 0.5%. Cinemark, which is down, and we don't know how your competitors are doing. You need to watch them. They are down 0.17%. Doge is the blue-collar cryptocurrency of America, of the world maybe. That's arguable. They are down 1.83%. GME is the OG, up 2.52, and AMC at 5.55. Our inflow versus outflow has been astronomical today. I'm not even going to try. 97 minus, was it 40? 57-point spread between the two. Very, very huge numbers. Giving us a total of that 5.41% that we're up so far. Shares traded for the day today. I think I'm gonna be off here, guys. Almost positive. I'm gonna be way off. Let's see what we got here. $216. We are on pace for 39.1 million shares traded for the day today. As long as we continue to see little run-ups that have volume increasing like we've been seeing for most of the day today, we're more than likely going to surpass my volume prediction, which was 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today, which I'm okay with. Oh my goodness, my belly is talking. On a 1 hour interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 71.84. Definitely a lot of heat right there. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 70.46. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 59.74. traveling quite nicely inside of this wedge. Getting rid of my dumb trampoline. No, I'm going to keep it. I'll keep it for now. I think it's possible, Ivan, it'll hit 43, but then come back. I think 42 is going to be the kind of like the center point that we're looking for. I think we might go above 43, come back down below 42, and then maybe finish out the day at 42. I definitely think that's a possibility. JP. You guys, everybody who reads JP's writing, like after I heard JP's voice for the very first time, and of course I think anybody would feel this way who's probably English or speaks or is in the United States and speaks English. JP is Australian. Just put an Australian accent to everything that he says. The hedges is I can't do it. The hedges are so cute. Look at them trying to short the stock. Every time I get a kick in my head, I was probably like the worst. That was the worst imitation or impersonation of a Australian accent. But you got to throw in things. You got to throw in some of those key words, though, JP. I really want to see you throw in things like, oh gosh, there's some good ones out there. I got to look them up. You know, things like ankle biter. I remember we had a foreign exchange student come back in the, I want to say it was like it was either it was the 90s and early 90s. And fanny packs were still kind of a thing at the time. And they thought that was absolutely hilarious because fanny over in Australia means something different than it does in the United States. So to call it a fanny pack was quite hilarious to them. I'm snowed under. I'm run off my feet. I'm across it. Aluminum. Aluminium. Esky. A bottle-o, a tinny. A sicky. What's a sicky? The word you'll need after all that alcohol. Also known as a sick day. Oh, you need a sicky. Rock melon. What the heck is that? It's cantaloupe, which sounds strangely like antelope and not all like a fruit. Rock melon. Fairy floss is cotton candy. I love the language. I love the language. I think it's hilarious. Crikey. Those hedgies are bloody idiots. There we go. There we go. A bum bag. That's right. A bum bag. Aluminium. Aluminium. Fairy floss. Yes, I just read that one. Fairy floss. That was funny. Fairy floss is cotton candy. I find that hilarious. I'm gonna have to say that to my kids next time we go to a game or something like that. And they got cotton candy. I'll ask the kids if they want some fairy floss. Yeah, that's right. Woman's genitals. So when you say fanny pack, they thought that was hilarious because it sounded like you're packing a woman's genitals. I'll tell you what. Part of the reason why. Exactly. It was funny to me because it was foreign exchange students and it was girls. Uh, Primary, I think it might have all been girls. I don't remember for sure, but yeah, I think it was all girls. Anyways, saying fanny packs, asking if they had their fanny packs, was quite hilarious to them, and I had no idea why. But here I am, a high school boy amongst a bunch of Australian girls my age, and them laughing at what I was saying, and me thinking that I must have been super cool. When in actuality, I was just speaking, saying things that were inappropriate. And did you guys know fanny packs are coming back? Did you notice that? Like people are actually starting to use them again. I don't know where that came from. Like at some point they got really unpopular, and now all of a sudden they're a thing again. I don't understand it. Yes, Roberto, I do. I was in a car full of Australian girls my age, JP, when I said, "Do you girls all have your fanny packs?" I was real popular after that. These hedgies are like mafia members. They get busted and they try to take down everyone else with them. They must know they're. So here's the deal. Like I don't remember where I was having this conversation, but somebody had said or mentioned um, the idea of hedge funds covering, and I laughed and I said, "What do you mean them covering?" And they said, "Well, at some point they're going to have to cover their positions." And I said, "No, they're not. They have no intentions of covering whatsoever. That is not how these hedge funds operate. The only reason that they cover is because they're forced to. Forced liquidation. It's not covering. It's not in their business plan to cover these shares at all. 100%, there is no covering. There is only forced liquidation. That's the only option. If they are covering, well, let me rephrase that. If they are covering some of their positions, it's ones that they're ahead on, but they're certainly not going to cover some of their positions that are way out of the money. It's it's hard to say, Roberto. I want to say no. I want to say no because maybe on foreign items that you try to buy, like let's say you go out and you want to buy yourself a Honda that's made in a foreign country or something like that, then yes. But if you're buying American items, inflation, you know, uh, I want to say no. I want to say no. Your dollar will not be. I want to say that your dollar will not be impacted here in the United States. For example, for example, if you go back to the Great Depression, um, it would have really been hard to come by money. So prices of products had to be lowered. So your money will still hold its value for goods here in the United States. However, if you try to use your money somewhere else in the world, more than likely the value of your dollar will not be worth as much. So if you go try to buy same said item in another country, only that the item being made in that different country, then yes, then it goes through the roof. So you might see like a return to domestic goods increasing, because a lot of our products that we buy here in the United States is made elsewhere. But it really is tough to say. Much like this person who just came in and said hello heart with a happy face. Hello, I can't pronounce your name. Please put a name in there that I can see so that I can remember what that is. Because I will copy down your name and I will put it in my side note and I will make sure that I remember it. Much like Yishin. Yishin came in here and I can show you. I've got it finally memorized, but that's Yishin's name. But I can't read that name, unfortunately. But welcome. It's hard to say though. It's really difficult for me to say, Roberto. You can say the name, Sean. Welcome to the channel for those of you who are new. I would recommend going to the description box and checking that out. There's a lot of good information in the description box. It says Iraq. Oh, did you do a Google Translate on that? I bet you did. I could have done that too. Oh, that's not what it says at all. That is not what it says at all, Sean. Brett, I'm just gonna say I get into this all the time. So there's the downside. There's a downside to swing trading a stock like this. And the downside is that if you were swing trading this stock, you would get into a situation to where at some point you're gonna miss out. You miss the rocket. And what I'll show you is just kind of like a little quick cheat sheet of what happened to GME, and I'm gonna put over here on the side for you to see, so you can see what it is that I'm talking about here. Hopefully, you can see these numbers. Maybe not. But the ones that I'm going to highlight here specifically are from the date of 122 to 125. But the 25th is the date that I really want you to kind of focus on. And on the 25th of January, GME reached a price of $136, dropped down to 65.01. And if you made this trade right here, if you sold near the top here, this 136.65.01 point, and then tried to get back in as the price rose back up, you'd be stuck, and this rocket ship would take off without you. So at some point, people who are day trading this stock will lose. They will lose out on all the potential possible major gains that they could be getting from this stock. And nobody talks about those risks. I've seen a lot of people talking about, day trading AMC, but nobody talks about the fact that there's T+2, and the fact that your funds don't clear right away, and so, you will potentially get stuck. So just keep that in mind. because this is a squeeze play. This is not a swing play. There's a big difference. And if you try to turn this into a swing play, you're going to miss the squeeze. So think about that. Think about it carefully, because you have to decide what you want to make on this or out of this. And the terrible part about this is that you'll never see it coming. It will hit you like a ton of bricks in the face, and you will be left gasping for air as you watch every single person that you know around you who's in this stock make shit tons of money while you make nothing. And it will absolutely destroy you. It'll be the big fish that you never caught. And so when I see YouTubers who are putting that information out there, or whoever it is that's putting that information, doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be one specific person, it could be anybody. But when I see them putting that information out there and then not talking about the risks that are involved with that, I think it's highly irresponsible. Highly. I'm not going to say any names. I'm not going to say any names, JP. But it's important to know. It's important to know that there are risks. I quite frankly, I actually sent a message. I'm going to read it to you guys. Um, I sent this to a YouTube personality. I'm not going to say who. I said, hey, fellow ape, I've struggled a lot with ape day traders on my YouTube channel. One thing that I want to share with you is that I've shared with all of them is that day trading AMC is like stepping into a Navy SEAL role. When the MOASS triggers, they will be the first to die. Sell and miss the MOASS on the front lines. The other thing is that if they day trade and skim from the top instead of using the money to increase their positions, then F them. That's just lining their pockets before anyone else. Lastly, Navy SEALs don't talk about the dirty work that they do. While a lot of people see glorious side of prestige of being a Navy SEAL, not everyone is cut out to kill women and children to complete their mission at all costs. Advertising or suggesting that everyone can be a Navy SEAL is just downright irresponsible. Not everyone is built to do what you suggest doing or are prepared to die on the front lines. Be careful with your message. Good luck. And they said back to me, got you. So that's, I'm trying to relate it to something that, we all know happens. We know that Navy SEALs do dirty, dirty jobs, but they don't talk about it. So if you're on the front lines talking about what it is that you do, you're probably not a Navy SEAL. They don't talk about that stuff. They actually have to live with that, and it's tough. I actually wanted to be a Navy SEAL when I was younger and better shape and prime of my life. And the very first time, the one and only time that I ever got to meet a Navy SEAL in person, he walked up to me, and my friend introduced. It was my friend's uncle, and he introduced me. He was actually just retired out of the SEALs, and he kind of gave me like a quick, just kind of glance over kind of moment, just to size me up. I could feel I was being sized up. He just kind of glanced me. I told him, I said, I want to be a Navy SEAL, and I kind of wanted to ask you some questions. And so he just kind of glanced me up and down, and he said, he said, you're never going to be a Navy SEAL. And I was like, really? And he's like, I've been doing this for a long time. And he goes, I'm going to ask you one question, and I want you to give me an honest answer. And I said, okay. And he goes, could you kill a child if it meant that you had to complete your mission? And I said, I choked up a little bit. And I was like, because he hit me real hard with it, like right in the face. Like this is like, can you imagine being in a situation where you have your entire team is going to be compromised if you don't kill this child because the child's going to scream. And that was tough. And I said, no, I couldn't do that. And he's like, then you'll never be a Navy SEAL. So people who who talk about the hard things or the really difficult tasks as though that they're easy are probably going to be the guys who fail the biggest, because they don't really know what it is that they're doing or what the consequences are of what it is that they're doing. They're trying to play hero, and they're not heroes. So Duncan, welcome. No price prediction out of you. You must have been really busy, buddy. I'll let you put it in now if you want to. Yeah, and the message that I have to everybody who's, holding from 40, 50, $60, well, I guess I shouldn't say 40 anymore, 50, 60, and $70. For all you guys who are holding at 50, 60, and $70, it should I would hope that it would help you to know that people who like myself and a lot of other people who are on this channel have been holding since $14 and we're still here. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere because we believe in what's happening. So we're coming back for you. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, so that 42, 37, 42, 44, where you see where I've got a double yellow line there, that's two different Fibonacci retracements that I have that are kind of overlapping themselves, just because I wanted to try and get a little bit more pattern in here. But we are kind of doing very something similar to what Brett just kind of suggested. Is it there's a very good possibility that we might be having a little bit of a triangle formation instead of an ascending parallel or instead of a ascending wedge. Potentially right at that 42.37 mark, and so we could be touching out and breaking out of this. Actually, you know what? I like it. No, I like what you just said way better than what I got drawn, and I think we're going to break out of it here. I'm going to draw my box where I normally would, but there's a very good chance we'd break out before this. Did you put that in, Duncan? 44 to 47. I didn't see it. If you put it in there, I missed it. I'm sorry. Cross-eyed seeing someone on the side. That is a long name. We'd have to come up with a nickname for you. Maybe just call you Cross-eye. Yes, I agree, Dan. It could be the case. I mean, if we definitely have 1, 2, 3, this could be the fourth right here, but it didn't quite break through just yet. But it could break through at any moment. I mean, RSI is still really high. On a 1 hour, it's 72.75. On a 30-minute, it's 74.72. And on a 5-minute, it's 65.28. So we have upwards momentum, but probably not a whole lot. I can't say that 3 times real fast. That is insane. Cross-eyed seeing someone on the same side. Oh, no. I said it wrong the first time. I'm trying to think it in my head before I say it. I can't say it 3 times. There's no way. I can't even say it once fast. Cross-eyed seeing someone on the side. Cross-eyed. I can't say it. No, I gave up. Duncan, I didn't want to say this, man, but this beard. If we hit 90, I think it has to go. The kids at Christmas time are gonna have to go with a beardless Santa Claus, cause I just don't know if I can make it. It's a month and 10 days away. I'm gonna need some serious support, some serious help making it through this beard to December 25th. Oh, but you know what? I could deliver the Christmas presents early. I don't have to deliver them on Christmas Day. I could deliver early. Maybe I only have a month to go. Yeah, it is a huge line of resistance, that's for sure, Brett. You see a huge drop of hedgy tears. I almost said wedgie. Wedgie tears. That's what you see. You see a huge drop of wedgie tears. It sure is a doji. Nice one. Look, Brett's been here for a day and he's already on the volume train. I love it. Oh, I even stop coming in here being a Debbie Downer. Come on, that's my job. Don't steal it away from me. Me and Bad Back, we do plenty fine without you, thanks. You can't steal my job. You better hush your mouth right now, Ivan, and tell me to go to break. That's what JP would do. And then he'd start yelling 53. WWJP. Or, yeah, WWJP. I'm the only one. Me and Bad Back are the only ones allowed to be disgruntled people around here and give bad news. Oh, I forgot to do this, guys. Okay, how many people I got on the channel right now? Not bad. Okay, this is a good time. All right, I'm gonna put up a poll. How do I delete one of these? Okay. Let me think here real quick. That's not going to work. Dang it. Okay, now I'm learning something here. So give me a break. I've never done one of these polls before. I'm doing a poll here, guys. Oh, wait, that's not right. Okay. Here it comes. Price prediction by the end of the week, 35 to 40, 40 to 45, 45 to 50, or 50 to 55. I did not know that I only got 4 choices. Was that 4? How many was that? So there's a poll now up there for you guys to put in your answers. 35 to 40, 40 to 45, 45 to 50, or 50 to 55. I'm going to start doing this on Mondays. I'm gonna start doing this on Mondays, just to kind of get like a general consensus of how you guys feel about the end of the week. I personally believe that the end of the week is going to be in the range of about $54. That's my opinion. But I'm more curious about what your opinion is because that actually really does matter. And it's okay. I wish I could have put in. I actually started the polling at 30 to 35, but didn't realize I could only put in 4 price numbers. So if you want something less than 35, click that one. JP said, oh, Sean said 53. I thought it was going to be JP. I I actually hope it ends at 53 just for JP alone. I think that would be the best. If we end this week at 53, I will chug 2 beers and celebrate JP for predicting that so far out. The beer that you owe me. Yes. The odds of passing 44 on the first try are very low, or it will be like last Monday with 47.25. And then probably the pullback. Yeah, pullback to 42. I really wish. I'm not going to end the poll until the later part of the day. I do have like, I want to say my viewership says that I have somewhere between 500 and 700 people who watch the show on any given day. And I'm actually going to start putting these polls up in the mornings on Mondays. I want everybody to kind of have a say or have an opportunity. So I probably won't end the poll until right before market close. But yeah, I do want to, I'm just kind of curious as a general perspective what everybody kind of has as an outlook. And there is no wrong answer. Any answer that you put in is fine. It's okay. Are you going to do polls for both end of week and end of day? Ooh. No, I am not from Kansas City. I do like Kansas City though, especially since the headquarters of AMC is from Kansas City. I don't know if you know that or not. But no, I wish I was from Kansas City. Well, not. I don't wish I was from Kansas City. I wish I was. I guess I wish I was there. Yeah. Tesla's dropping like a rock. People are gonna have to make some really tough decisions now. Are they gonna continue to hold Tesla and take the losses and hold for the long term, or are they gonna sell? Unfortunately, all of us diamond hand apes are not in Tesla, right? So there's a lot of people in there who, once they see that 20% drop in price, let's actually look at it. I used to have Tesla on my list. I'm pretty sure at one point. I'm not sure when it was, um, but I still get Fintel data. Um, oops. When they start hitting closer to that 20% drop that I keep telling you guys about. So if we look at the price history here, remember these 20%, 20, 35, and 60% drops are good on any stock, right? So it doesn't matter what stock you pull up here. So let's look at the day on this here. Okay, so the last high is 1243. So I'll pull up my little calculator here, and we're going to figure out what 20% drop off of that is, which is obviously going to be $124, but or sorry, $248. But I'm just gonna 1243 times 0.2 minus the number. Just doing rounded numbers. So $994 when it hits 19.5%. So it doesn't have to quite get to 20. So somewhere probably around like $1,000. When it gets down to $1,000, you're going to see people just selling off in troves. And that's what it is. It's already there. It's past that. It's past that 20% point that I was telling you about. That's when you know if it hits 21.5%, right? That's actual people selling shares. It's no longer a short attack. It's now become realized losses at 21.5%. So if you look at that, that price would be, sorry, not prepared. That would be $976. So you watch what happens at $976. If you don't see a turnaround in price, then you're going to be seeing losses much, much greater than just 20%. And you're going to see people just absolutely selling like crazy. So start watching for it. 976 is the magic number. It should have a turnaround at 976 or thereabouts, like really close. And this is the same kind of analysis that I'm going to be doing with AMC when we have our squeeze. I'll be doing the exact same thing and tracking highs and lows, and we're going to be watching dip over dip to see if they start decreasing. And if they do start decreasing, that's going to be when you're going to start looking for your exit position. I'm going to put it back up on my watch list. Where's my heart button at? I thought it was on here. Oh, it's not. It's oh, that sucks. I thought it was in Kansas City. Oh, it was in Kansas City. Okay, I thought it was in Kansas City. I guess it was. Actually, Dr. Drake, if you take a look at if you go to the 4-hour Ishimoto cloud, actually now is the right time for them to be buying, not selling. I would imagine that the Ishimoto cloud on this is showing more of a buy signal than ever. Actually on the 4-hour, it's not quite looking like it. It's going to have to be above $42 by the end of the day, which I don't think is going to be any kind of a problem. But if you go to the 1 hour, it is definitely in a buy zone. It's been in the buy zone ever since 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock ish. Starting at about 1 o'clock today, AMC became a huge buy signal for day traders. So this would be buying right now. On a 4 hour, though, um, probably at the end of the day, it's going to start hitting that point to where it's going to look like it's a good buy. Where's the base? I don't see the base on here. I do not see the base. Where's the baseline? I feel like I'm blind. I see the conversion line, but I don't see the baseline. Oh, is it up here? I can't tell if that's... No? I don't see the baseline on this. But I mean, still, it's going to exit the cloud here, and it's going to be above both conversion. I'm sure conversion's got to be above base, but I just don't see, for some reason. Let me try reloading the chart. I just do not see the base. I see... wait, why is the lagging way back here? Or, I mean, the baseline. Where's the lagging line? Wait, something's wrong with this. These inputs are not right. Hold on a second. Let me look at something. $9.26 and 52. Okay, well, for some reason I thought it's really weird because the base and the conversion line are tracking evenly here on the 1 hour chart, but for some reason when I go into the 4 hour chart, it's the conversion is way ahead of the base and it's not following. But it doesn't matter because it's the conversion is going to be on the next candlestick. It'll be outside the Ishimoto cloud. It'll be above the conversion. The conversion will probably be above the base, so it's all big buy signs. And we're getting really close to that breakout of that multi-month wedge, which will probably be tomorrow, which will be huge. Institutional buying signals will be going off everywhere. Chico, welcome back, man. Long time no see. I'm glad you're doing okay. Today is so Chico's saying that it's they're covering. Today is a settlement day, so there is a strong possibility that there is active buying going on in the market to try and cover positions. The question is whether or not they'll how long it's going to take for them to get the money or to get the shares that they need to cover. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the charts, Ortex charts, just to see if we're getting our current reporting date for short interest, and it still has not changed yet. I would have thought we would have had it by now. But the cost to borrow, cost to borrow min, average, and max has finally changed. The min, all three of those numbers were 1.25 earlier. Now the min is actually reporting 1.04. So perhaps getting a little bit more accurate reporting now. I like that, Brett, bailing out a boat with a teaspoon. See you later, JP. So there's our breakout of the wedge. I said wedge, triangle, the bullish triangle. About 5 more minutes, I'll do another technical analysis and we'll take a look at everything again. Looks like EVGO just got a downgrade by Bank of America. Has anybody downgraded Bank of America? Just saying. Three minutes more. Yeah. I mean, I really think 54 by the end of the week, but uh, I don't know. I'm not going to say it again. I don't know. I will say this. Bondaro, just remember this is a squeeze play. There's things don't act the way that they normally do. You have to throw all the technical analysis out the door. You just have to. At some point, you can't look at the RSI and you can't trust any of those things because FOMO defeats all of your technical analysis, and it gets thrown completely out the door. So, fortunately, at some point you're going to think that something's going to happen, and it's going to turn out exactly the opposite of what you think. Yeah, that is a pretty big gap. There's a huge, massive gap between the bid and the ask, guys. I don't know if you're seeing that. We need to zoom in on that. Hold on a second. That is a massive gap. Either it's not reporting accurately or there are no shares to sell. Something is going on with that. I have no idea. I mean, I really don't know what to make of that, honestly. I see lots of numbers changing, but not the prices. Like there's like a 20 something cent, 20 cents ish gap between the two. What is going on? Let me refresh this. Is it just mine, or does anybody else have the same? Does anybody else have Webull level 2 book orders? Because I'm refreshing that and that's just not changing. There's only buying. What the F? It's taking orders from lower on the book. How is that even possible? You can see them at this range right here. They're disappearing. They're not disappearing at 42.34. There's orders at lower amounts, and they're disappearing. What the heck is that? What is going on? I have never seen that. It's bypassing right past the 42.38. It's not even doing those shares. It's doing shares that are off the books. I mean, like it's supposed to be the lowest ask price first. There's no, I don't get this. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. They're disappearing from like this level right here. This has to be a reporting issue. And it just keeps going down the book. More and more of them are getting left behind. I have never seen this. It's broken. How the hell does that happen? It's got to be a Webull issue. It has to be. I refuse to believe that they're trading outside of the minimum ask and the highest bid. There's just no way that happens. Let's look at the. I'm gonna pull up the time and sales here. See, prices are trading accordingly. It's just it's gotta be Webull. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna take you to the other page because it's time to do a technical analysis, anyways. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and update Webull because there was an update that I had to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and update that because I just don't like I refuse to report bad data like that to you guys. That's really crummy. Wait, let me fix this. All right, well, that's updating. Uh-oh. There we go. Wow. I'm gonna take you guys back to that page again. No fix. It actually I went ahead did the install the update and still no change. So it's got to be a reporting error on their part. But I have never seen that. I've never ever seen that before. Strange. All right. Let's see. Let's update some stuff here. That is really kind of weird. Let's update Ortex. Options chain. And off exchange. Off exchange currently reporting 54.76 traded into the off exchange right now, and Ortex is saying 141,000 shares having been returned. That is up from 63.8 an hour ago. That's going to decrease the short share interest of the free float to 16.42, which has not been updated. Short interest has not been updated yet for the day today. Today should be a reporting day and also a settlement date as well. Taking a look at the options. Highest level of options on the call side has moved, is still at $45. It's was 18.9 thousand contracts an hour ago, is now at 23.8. On the put side, highest level of volume currently at a $35 price, which is where it was an hour ago. It's gone from 8.9 to 9.1. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC moving quickly up the list. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth place with 41% buys to 59% sales. GME not on the list. I was thinking what Brett was saying earlier. They did borrow another, it looks like 150,000 shares so far. There's a little bit of borrowing here, but I'm not going to count that. So 150,000 shares on top of what they've done so far puts us at 5.6 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. That is definitely higher than usual. Dang it, I screwed up. There we go. Taking a look at the rest of the market. NASDAQ is down 0.36%. Dow Jones is up 0.05. S&P 500 is down 0.07. The market is declining over advancing with 4,090 decliners to 3,238 advancers. One thing that I did not look at on that Stock Tracker page was our options. We have 43.7 thousand options that are in the money with 152,000 options that are out of the contracts that are out of the money on the puts. This number is not decreased hardly any. Robinhood is down 1.58. Amazon is up 0.85. Cinemark is down 0.13. Doge is down 2.11. GME is up 3.29. AMC is up 7.28% for the day today, with an inflow much higher than the outflow. 67-point spread between the two, which is pretty high, and only a 7% increase in price, which is kind of nutty. Taking a look at our total average pace for shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see, let's do 390 minus 90. Oh, 300, duh. We're on pace for about 35.7 million shares for the day today. I'm going to probably be off. My prediction was 10 to 30 million, so I'll be off just slightly. Not too much. I'd rather be under than over. On a 1 hour interval, volume is, sorry, not volume. I was looking at volume. More buying than selling pressure. RSI at 75.93. On a 30-minute interval, more buying than selling pressure. RSI being at 79.18. Very, very high. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI again still very high at 69.79. Most of the indicators are suggesting a return in price, a correction. I'm wondering if this I don't think this is, but increasing price, increasing volume, ascending channel. A little bit of conflicting data. Channel appears to be pointing towards the top, so probably a breakout of this trend going down. Maybe touching up on $43 and then which is where we've already touched at 43, and then perhaps coming back down a bit. Holy moly. Thank you, Sean, for the update on TD Thinkorswim. I appreciate that. It's good to know that Webull is just the only one that's jacked up right now. Which is interesting. I'm gonna actually put in a request to fix, I think, on that. And Jason, yes, we did test 43. Sorry for getting back to you so late. I can't see what you guys are writing when I do the technical analysis, so unfortunately I just can't read. I can't read or answer questions. Ali, welcome back. I am going to leave that poll up there for anybody who wants to continue to put numbers in. I'm going to leave up the poll at the beginning of the week, and we're going to start taking tallies. There was something AP and I were talking about, and in statistics, and I forget what the terminology that he used was, is that if you take a large enough sampling of people who guess the answer to something, for example, like jelly beans in a jar, if you take the average amount, I think it was the average, or I'm not sure if it was the median or the average. I think it might have been the average. If you take the average of the results of all the people who enter in to a contest like that, if people are really trying to guess because they want to win, the average tends to be very close to what ends up happening. So, knowing that, what I want you guys to do is just put what you think is going to be the ending price for the week. Because if we can as a group, we're obviously not, we would need probably thousands of people, or at least 1,000 people to have like a good sampling, probably even more than 1,000. But it would be an interesting poll every single week to just kind of take a look at and see what ends up happening. So just consider it for fun. It's not like we're trying to say that's going to be what's going to happen for sure, but it might give us some interesting results. We'll see what happens. And don't you guys all dare start putting in the highest numbers possible, because then you just skew the test. Oh no, Ali, that's sad. Work stinks. Have a field for Moon. Yeah, see, that might be, I might have to change it up from week to week. Instead of putting in prices, I might have to do like words. that describe certain characteristics of price movement. Our current trend right now, Ivan, is, I would say, bearish. Like when it breaks out of this wedge, it looks to me like it'll probably break out going down. Oh, there we go. What is the 4307 line? 4307 is just a Fibonacci retracement. Ezreal's going for the way out range. Ezreal's not going to participate. It doesn't. The price isn't high enough. I think it's interesting that I put price prediction by the end of the week, and I didn't say to what, and yet everybody's still answering. Maybe I was talking about Tesla. Everybody's like, go back, change your answer. Well, I hope so. I think we all hope so. What time frame? It's got to be on the 1 minute. You've got the 2 sigma. I've got the 3 sigma set up here. That is one heck of a Bollinger Band, though. My goodness. That is an obvious breakout, though, of that wedge. You know what's interesting to me, guys, is I'm looking at this Bollinger right here, and all of today's price movement, except for minus this 1 point right here, and some of the first few points in the beginning of the market open, are within the 3 sigma, which is kind of unusual on this kind of a price movement upwards. You know, I just love this video. Hold on a second. How do I go back? I love that video. That was posted by Anthony0210 LRM. Bondaro, my prediction for the price today is 45 to 43.5. Eric's is 39.8 to 42.8. Adam is 41 to 44. Who Monty is covering for Adam again this week. Duncan is 44 to 47. And actually, earlier Bondaro, and I don't remember where that was that I wrote that. Where did I put that at? Right there. This is kind of what I've put in for. How do I make this smaller? That's not good. So I thought we would kind of see something along the lines of, you can see this little hump right here. I thought we would see price kind of maybe hop up into this second channel and us finishing out the day up here, but no, we went ahead and on this run right here, we kind of took this up and did one of these numbers. So we're definitely deviating away from what I originally thought. Which is okay. think it's funny that the order book is still jacked up. I'm gonna put in a ticket. If I can remember how. Let me take you guys over to the other page here real quick, just while I do this, because I don't know what kind of information is going to pop up about me when I start opening things. Let's see here. There we go. Contact us. I don't see anything that's damaging information, so. Sorry guys, it's submitting this. It's probably uploading my picture. What the heck? There we go. All right, request in. Just note that the box, the trading is happening down here on the order 2. Anyways, it's time for my break. So I'll put that information back up there. Get your music queued up. And I will see you guys back here. Let's make it 2:10 because I'm leaving a little bit late here. So I will see you guys back at 2:10. I'll put that in the notes. Yeah, I I know it's not just us because Jason mentioned it too. He sent me a picture of it, and I think he must have a level 2 book order as well. So it's not just us. You know, they're definitely having some kind of reporting issue there, and I'm not quite frankly sure how that's even possible that that could happen. But somehow it did. Somehow those those numbers got stuck. So, but Jason Grimm was the first to notice. Congrats to him. Good observation. I'm gonna go ahead and take the Bollinger away. Let me see if I can give you guys an idea on where I think we're moving to. I don't know. This is a possibility. It's kind of a stretch, but it is a possibility. I think we've got at least 3 touch points across the top here. Kind of 2 touch points, but this one is almost a dropout. So an ascending parallel path, that should be a bearish channel once it breaks out. Jason Jason says, "Yay me! Congratulations, you get a pat on the back." All right, guys, I'll see you back here at 210. Alrighty, I'm back. Time for technical analysis. Let's see what you guys are saying. I'm glad you got home, Mom. First things first, got toast. A toast to my mom safely returning home. A toast to a nice up day. Not too shabby. Looking pretty decent. $42 was the magic number that I hedged off of. At least it appears that way so far. So a toast to just, I guess, overall in general, a lot of good stuff going on right now. So cheers to everybody out there. To the rest of the week. Cheers. All right, time to take a look at what's going on here. My beard, that's what's going on. I'm looking at a very small picture in the corner of the screen, and that guy looks like Santa Claus. Jeez, this beard is insane. All right. I can't wait to get rid of this thing. It's beyond too long. You guys are gonna see me with my baby face, and you'll be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" What is going on with this stock? Looking pretty hot and heavy. Updating the off exchange. It's showing 55.3% traded. Updating Ortex. Currently showing 52.9 thousand shares having been returned. That's a little bit less than earlier. It was 141,000 shares being returned earlier. Now it's only 52.9 thousand. That's going to increase our estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.43%. And updating the option chain. Heaviest amount of call options appear to be at a $45 strike price. That's where it was an hour ago. It went from 23.8 thousand contracts to 30.9. Can't read. Need glasses. At a $35 strike price, our highest level of volume for the puts was 9.7, has increased to 10.8 thousand contracts. So basically we have like a 3-to-1 ratio. Really close to a 3-to-1 ratio. Just slightly under. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in 6th position with 40% buys to 60% sales. Not good. If apes don't learn to hold, we won't go anywhere. That's how this process works. GME is not on the list. They've been on and off a little bit today. More off than on, but let's see here. Shares available to borrow. Looks like another 50,000 shares went out a little while ago. So that puts them up to 5.65 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. 5.65. Options, 43.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 152,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. Still a really large number right there. Markets. The Nasdaq is down 0.07%. The Dow Jones is down 0.04%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.02%. More losses than gains out there. Decliners is 3,862 to advancers is 3,457. Robinhood is down 1.19. Amazon is up 0.67. Cinemark up 0.64. Doge down 1.7. Jimmy up 2.86 and AMC up 6.91. $68-point spread between inflow and outflow. Volume currently at 34.53 million shares having been traded. I'm already outside of my volume range for the day today. I will be wrong. I underguessed. Let's see, what do we got? 45 minutes left. Looks like we're on pace to hit about 38 million.8. My guess was 10 to 30 million, so we're going to be a little bit higher. On a 1 hour interval, about equal to, buying and selling pressure, but RSI is high at 76.23. On a 30-minute interval, equal buying and selling pressure with a high RSI at 77.46. And on a 5-minute interval, looks like it's about even. Very even buying and selling pressure there as well, with an RSI at 57.4. I'm gonna have to wait to see where this goes here, but it looks like we might be forming a little bit of a bullish or bearish triangle. I'm not even going to draw the bottom side. It's basically this number right here at 42.42. But we'll have to see what the top of this is right here. And there might not be enough tests before the end of the trading day before we would see the downwards pressure. Let's get this trampoline in here. What are we going to bounce off of? 41.50? All right, let's see what you guys are writing. Okay, nothing. I do have the poll up here. We'll get that poll closed out. I'll probably close it the last 5 minutes of trading. Really, really close on the numbers. A lot of people are, we got 44 votes in. We got 32% at 40 to 45 range. We have 34% at 45 to 50 and 34% at 50 to 55. So there's a lot of really close on the votes. Nobody's really going for the 35 to 40 range, which is kind of interesting because, I think that could be, a lot of people could see that as a possibility. But yet 0% of us have voted for that. Hmm. Let's see, AMC in the news. Looks like they're talking about Cat's trolling of Ken. A retail trader who quadrupled her AMC holdings to $500,000 is trolling Citadel's Ken Griffin with Plane. I'm not going to read the article, but yeah, we know what's going on there.
You can't allow Wall Street to short 75% of a stock, crush these companies into the dirt, thousands of stocks into the dirt. Then when the individual makes money, everyone's entrepreneurs. I have a kid who bought a house, paid $50,000 and bought a house. After decades of the shorts, you have to accept the fact that individual investors are playing the same game that you're playing and now you're losing.
Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening? Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, push it, push it, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening?
I gotta watch that one more time. That kind of, I like that. That's funny.
Allow Wall Street to short 75% of a stock, crush these companies into the dirt, thousands of stocks into the dirt. Then when the individual makes money, everyone's entrepreneurs. I have a kid who bought a house, paid $50,000 and bought a house. After decades of the shorts, you have to accept the fact that individual investors are playing the same game that you're playing and now you're losing.
Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on.
That's good stuff.
Push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening? Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, push it, push it, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening?
I love it. That was posted by Killywan Kenobi. I love that. I absolutely love that. That's great. Good job. I don't know who did that, but that was good stuff. Man. We got some creative apes out there. It's gonna be a volume sucker out here at the end. I think I may have my trampoline set up just in the right spot for us. So Monty, here's the interesting thing. Let's go back and take a look at past history, right? I'm gonna pull it up on the screen here for you to see. So what you're looking at right now is you're looking at May 13th to May 24th kind of time range, and I took at the very beginning of the day before the market opened, I took the data from last Friday and posted up on here, and kind of felt like this is the path that we're kind of taking right now. Now I know that nothing really seems to really line up here. You're like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. But I think more importantly, what I want you to see is that if I think that today truly is the 24th, like if today is this day right here, then here look at the volume profile down here on pre-market volume. Look how much it grows tomorrow. Tomorrow the pre-market volume really grows, and then look at the next day. So that's what we're going to be looking for. We are definitely looking for volume to start increasing significantly. We should see significant changes to volume in pre-market. My $42 closing price prediction today was based off of this right here. If we were to follow this kind of trend, we would see a closing price, somewhere equivalent to basically the tops of these peaks right here. Not the very tops, but the secondary peaks that's down on either side of these, which is on this chart here is 1436. But if I zoom out just a tad bit here, what you'll see is that as I line up the price here, you'll see how it meets just about at the top of those right there. So that's kind of how I came up with that $42 price prediction, is by looking at this point right here and then coming out to our current pricing for where we're at right now, looking for that same pattern, right? Which is right here. If I draw the line straight across, top of the peaks is 42.15, right? And so that's how I kind of came up with that $42 range. And so I came up with a price prediction today kind of based on that, same kind of similar pattern, this, kind of a little bit of an arcing pattern that kind of levels out through the day. Whether or not we actually finished there is another story, but that's kind of where I'm going with, or what I'm going with. Yes, I can post that link, Jason. 1 second. There you go. So anyways, that's kind of quick little rundown on how I kind of came up with where I do feel like today is kind of like the 24th. It was 2 days later that I realized that I was going to be able to quit my job. And I think there's a very good chance that after Wednesday is over, I'm going to be looking at the price and going like, yep, I could quit my job again. We'll see. We'll see. If you guys haven't voted in the poll yet, take a vote. Make your voice heard. I hear you, Monty. I hear you. But yeah, I would definitely be looking for volume to start increasing day over day, big spikes in volume. Yeah, no problem, Jason. I'm gonna hand. Actually, I'm gonna give an award to that person. Um, I hope they're the original poster. What award do I want to give? Party train. That's right. They just got themselves a party train. Oh man, Cat has outdone herself. Outdone themselves this time. Look at this one. Let me turn the volume up. They flew the banner today, and they flew it in the background of the Statue of the Liberty. Oh man, I wish I could read what it says. That is so small. I can't read it. That's awesome. What a shot. That was posted by Anthony 0210 LRM. And I clicked on your link and nothing. Nothing AP. Yeah, I got nothing from your link. JP, welcome back. I don't think so, man. I don't know. I mean, so I really feel like today, I mean, if you come in and you look at and you do like a really fine analysis of all the downwards momentum periods of time, there was only one instance that I can recall out of all of today that really struck me as like a point where, oh, look, actually, I guess it's 2 points. It might have been while I was on break that the second one happened, but this was the first point right here where I was like, hey, look, we're gonna short attack the price down, and then nothing. This would have been the second time. Everything else just looks like standard trading. I have got to dust my screens. Oh, well, that makes more sense now, JP. Oh man, you gotta get your prices right. Price is wrong. Tesla down. What did I tell you guys? 19.5% would have been that turning point for them. What was the lowest they got to? What was the lowest point that they got to? I said 976. Look at that, 978. I was off by $2. $2 is how much I was off by. And then they got their turnaround. These, I'm telling you guys, these hedge funds algorithms are so simple to predict. So simple. 20, 35, and 60. Ingrain those numbers into your head because when we MOASS, those are numbers that you're looking for. 20, 35, and 60%. It feels that way, JP. It certainly feels that way. It does feel like the hedgies just had a day off. It was almost
That was easy.
too easy. It was almost too easy today. Oh, this is terrible. This this appropriately goes well with the name. PlayStation Guy 94 is his username on Reddit, and he said he posted some. Don't forget to get a prenuptial agreement after MOASS for the single apes. Man. I don't know where I stand on that. Zero shares to borrow. Oh, shoot. Yep. Let's count that in. Let's see what we got here. That's another 200K. Yep, another 200K. Thank you for noticing that. That now puts us at 5.85 million shares borrowed for the day today. Let the borrowing commence. Monty says that there's an article, it seems like he posted, from global financial crash fears rise amid a possible collapse of Evergrande, panic in China. NJ Fishkiller saying, I keep seeing posts on Twitter about something positive being announced this afternoon. Any ideas? That's what I was talking about earlier this morning. There was supposed to be, I think they're releasing it maybe in the aftermarket hours of today. There was something that happened there were some legal proceedings that occurred where there was information that was extremely damning that couldn't be released until after, for some reason, they've got some kind of hype on today. Um, but essentially, the information is going to be released today, and it's supposed to be pretty nasty stuff for hedge funds. Monty is saying, despite claims the company had avoided defaulting on payments, the DMSA claimed Evergrande had missed 5 deadlines. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. There she blows. There she blows. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty juicy stuff. Um, I wish they could have talked about it earlier, but there are certain reasons I think that they couldn't say it until the court documents were released. What I would watch today, guys, in the aftermarket hours is watch China and see how China does. See what happens to their market. Just kind of for like maybe some insight as to what may be coming tomorrow. Let's see if I don't even have Twitter open right now. Oh, here we go. 2:45, 15 minutes before market closes. That's usually our time to start kicking in. And boom, candlesticks. How much volume is that? 685,000 shares? Holy crap. Jeez. What the heck? That's insane. I very highly doubt that just a whole bunch of people just decided to go and buy a whole bunch of shares all of a sudden and sell. Or I guess it really was just buy. Huh. Now I know why China is telling their citizens to stock up on food and essentials. They have a depression coming their way. Or preparing for war. AP says it's alive. Ali, Holy Green Candles, Batman. Yep, that's insane. 685,000 shares in a single minute like that, just popping up, is pretty unprecedented for the day. I mean, just for the day today. I mean, if you just look at the rest of the day, I don't think anything even comes close to topping it, not even the first minute. And we have not seen that kind of movement before. It's going to get fun and exciting, guys. It is. It's going to get fun and exciting. Make sure you guys are on your heart medications. I don't want any of y'all having heart attacks on me now, okay? Make sure you start taking your beta blockers. Yeah, that's a ridiculous candlestick or candle column. That's a ridiculous column of volume. I would almost bet, Duncan, based off of what you just, how we just noticed that they borrowed an extra 200,000 shares. You probably had a settlement right there. You had some kind of like reverse, probably a bunch of selling of buy orders, selling two buy orders. Um, I think it's more psychological. I don't see there being anything specific about $43 as being significant. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. I'm not expecting 43 to be um, some kind of catalyst. I want to. I've always maintained that we need to stay out of 41 to 45 just because it's kind of a danger zone for us. But you know, who knows what's going to happen in the after hours? I'm still recording highs right now, guys. So as it stands, our previous high was 41.80. No, sorry, 47.50. Then we got down to 36.35, and now we're tracking new highs, and 43.04 is it, which is an 18.4% increase in price. Let me just make sure I have the correct data. 36.35, that is correct. 43.23. All right, we're tracking new highs now. We are over 15%. So 43.23 is the new high. That's an 18.9% increase in price, and price can continue to move up. But we'll keep on tracking it and see what happens. I'm going to close the poll out here, guys, in about 5 minutes. So if you have not voted yet on the poll, go ahead and vote and get your voice heard so that we can kind of see as a group how we kind of overall feel about price. It's not going to have any kind of. I'm not collecting your IP address or pictures of your accounts, which is okay to do. By the way, I am completely in favor of doing log the float. You don't have to agree with me, but I do have Jason Grimm, who's on the channel right now, who is an IT expert, who can, I think, without not trying to give financial advice, but I think he feels pretty safe about the idea of what's being collected, the information that's being collected, and how little damaging it could possibly be to you. So, but if you don't feel safe, don't do it. It's easy. Make your own choices. But I think there's some good information there to be had. And we finally got our first 35 to 40. Somebody finally put one in. Thank you for being the outlier. Yep. I know I will. I know I will, JP. When it hits 53, I'll be thinking JP. Yeah, I sent an IT ticket to them, Jason, a little bit ago. All they said was, "Hi Casey, thank you for the feedback. We'll look into this and get back to you ASAP. Sincerely, Sky, Webull e-service representative." So, uh, eventually, we'll see. Let's see, JP. It's our second one today. Second test. The other one didn't quite make it. Oh no, you're right. Third test. Third, and if you're going to count this one right here too, then it's fourth. Now, this was a breakthrough, but it didn't hold. I do have to say though, if you look at this 42.42, and you were to draw a line from our top down, it could be seen as a triangle, a bearish triangle. So keep that in mind in the aftermarket hours. In fact, I'm going to leave this here, and we'll take a look at it tomorrow morning and see what happens. But that level, that 42, that level of resistance, or sorry, support, the level of support at 42.42 has had at least two tests on it right here. It actually happens pretty often, Monty, but usually the borrowed, well, at this time of day, not so much. So I would agree with that. But it does happen usually earlier in the mornings, and then the shares come back pretty quickly. But you're right, though. Seeing the shares gone down to zero at this time of the day is unusual, for sure. I got the gurgles. Sorry. I can't help it. Eric, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. The throat gurgle. I can't help it. I don't know where it comes from. when we go out drinking together, guys, and I'm sure we're all gonna have an opportunity to have a drink together. I'm actually looking forward to it. But when we have that opportunity, maybe you get to hear them in real life. Who knows? They're not as loud as you would think. It's just because I have this microphone right next to my face. I really need to pick up. I really need to pick up a microphone and just stick it on the desk somewhere right here so that I can just talk regularly and not have you guys hear all that stuff. Sean, it's too late for me to post it now because it's about time for the end and I got to close it up here. Remind me tomorrow, and I'm going to send you a link. An amazing read. Absolutely amazing read. But, anyways, as usual, it is that time of the day. It's that time of the day for me to tell you guys that you need to go eat, sleep, drink, do all the things that make your mind healthy. Spend time with the family, spend time with friends. But most importantly, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
negative return.
Take that look of worry. I'm an ordinary man. They don't tell me nothing, so I find out all I can. There's a fire that's been burning right outside my door. I can't see, but I feel it, and it helps to keep me warm. So I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Seems so long I've been waiting, still don't know what for. There's no point escaping. I don't worry anymore. I can come out to find you. I don't like to go outside. They can turn off my feelings like they're turning off the light. But I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So tell